Hello.
Yeah. So I don't know if they're controlling the volume or anything like that, but they said they're just going to have to leave them on because of whatever.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in 2 or 3 minutes. If everybody
Okay.
can come in and take your seats. Thank you all for being here this morning for our second meeting of the Georgia House of Representatives Blue Ribbon Committee on Elections Procedures. I want to especially thank the City of Rockmart and Polk County for hosting us today in this beautiful facility here at City Hall, and thank Representative Kelly for getting everything set up today. It's an honor to be here in Rockmart this morning. It is a privilege to be in this community as we continue our work to review, strengthen, and support how elections are conducted in Georgia. Not just in theory, but in practice. Today, our focus is exactly where it should be, on the local election superintendents, their boards, their hardworking staff that are the backbone of our election system here in Georgia. Let me say this plainly. If it doesn't work on the ground, it doesn't work. And you, our local elections officials, are the ones that make it work and make it happen. You're the first in and the last out during every election cycle. You handle poll worker training, emergency planning, voter questions, ballot accuracy, technology testing, logistics, audits, and the list goes on. And you do it under tight deadlines, public scrutiny, and the weight of knowing that the democratic process depends on your work being done with precision and care at every turn. This committee and the entire General Assembly sees that, and we deeply appreciate the work that you and your staff do. But appreciation is only part of why we're here today. We're also here to listen, and we're here to learn, to make sure that the policies we shape in Atlanta reflect the real needs, the real challenges, and the real strengths of local elections operations across the entire state of Georgia. I know from personal experience just how critical your work is. During my time serving as Assistant State Elections Director and later as Deputy Secretary of State, I worked hand in hand with the local elections officials all across the state. I know what it looks like behind the scenes, the late nights, the early mornings, the contingency planning, the strain that comes when policy is made without enough input from the field and from y'all. That's why this committee is committed to doing it differently. We're not just hosting meetings, we're doing the work. This is not a committee for show. It's not window dressing. This is a real working committee, and we are going to deliver real, effective, and meaningful legislation that strengthens Georgia's elections, not just for this cycle, but for years to come. We've been tasked by the Speaker of the House, John Burns, to examine every angle of Georgia's elections procedures in the state, and to do so thoroughly, transparently, and with respect for every voice that is involved in this process. That starts with you, the local elections officials, and it will continue with stakeholders all across the spectrum as we continue our meetings across the state this fall. You are on the front lines, and the success of anything we pass in Atlanta will depend on how well we've listened and we've learned from you and how seriously we've taken y'all's feedback. This committee is here to ask hard questions, to gather real data, and to hear practical solutions from y'all, not just political talking points. Our job is to take what we learn and turn it into policy that makes elections in Georgia more secure, more efficient, more accessible, and more trusted. We understand that our democracy depends on the public having confidence on how our elections are run and operated in the state. And that confidence starts with the people and the systems the voters interact with directly. That's why we're here today. And that's why we'll keep showing up in the different parts of states throughout the state throughout the fall, to hear directly from those who live this work every day. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the work y'all do. And thank you in advance for what I know will be an honest, thoughtful, and productive conversation today. Let's get to work together to strengthen Georgia's elections. Now I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chairman Anderson of the committee for opening remarks. Vice Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My opening remarks are very short, what he said. But now I do want to thank the city of Rockmart. I want to thank everybody here who is from this area. This is coming from Northeast Georgia. Kind of made me feel a little bit like home when I started seeing hills and mountains after crossing 285. So appreciate Representative Kelly for getting us over here and putting this together. I did want to recognize two members. One will be rolling in here in a few minutes. Representative Cyber Draper is running a few minutes behind, so she'll come in and will be seated up here with us when she gets here. But also our other member who is not able to attend today, and she gets a pass on this, Representative and Speaker Pro Tem Jan Jones is traveling back from seeing her brand new grandbaby. So we congratulate Jan and Representative Jones and her family on the expansion of their family and look forward to a good meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Anderson. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman Fleming, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to host this important meeting in what I consider the best House district in the state. I know there may be some different opinions on the committee, but I do appreciate you giving us this opportunity to host this meeting here in Rockmart. When I look out in the crowd, it's great to see so many familiar faces, so many local faces to House District 16. I appreciate the mayor and the council members who have worked to help us host this meeting, along with our city manager, Stacy. This could not have come to fruition if it wasn't for all the hard work that they've put into making this a great meeting location. At first, I thought this may be the first time a state legislative committee has ever met in Polk County and in Rockmart, but I had the opportunity to speak with one of our elections board members before we got started today, Mr. Alan Dean, whose father served in the state senate for a number of years dutifully for Polk County, and he reminded me that his father had held a legislative committee meeting at the Civic Center here in Rockmart years ago. And so I have, it's great to get to extend that once again here in Polk County. I think as I looked at my commute this morning, I would love for us to have more meetings here in Polk County instead of Atlanta. I think there's a lot of merits that we can make that on. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing us again to host this meeting here. I look forward to a spirited conversation. I'm very fortunate to work with several great elections directors, Noah Beck and Deidre Holden. I appreciate them being here, and I look forward to their conversation today and the work that y'all do, as well as all the work that our elections officials across the state do. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the conversation that's going to take place today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we're going to get right into things, and we're going to recognize our mayor here in Rockmart, Mayor Sherman Ross. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the work that the city does and look forward to the comments you're going to share with us today.
Thank you, Chairman and Representative Trey Kelly. I appreciate the opportunity to welcome everybody here to the committee. We're pleased to have you here today with us, as well as this outstanding audience behind me. We want to welcome everybody on behalf of my fellow council members and our city managers, Stacy Smith, and as well as all of our city employees. We want to welcome everybody and appreciate you being here today, and invite you to check out our community here. We've got plenty of fine eating establishments and all. I want to promote my city. And right across the parking lot here on our campus is our beautiful library. I invite you to go and check it out, just because it's so beautiful. You don't have to check out any books or anything. But feel free to do that. But we have a beautiful library here, as well as our Cultural Arts Center, 1 o'clock from where I'm standing. Some housekeeping. We have a men's room at the end of this hallway to my left, and a ladies' restroom to my right. And if we can do anything for you while you're here. And I've got to leave to travel to a funeral, and if I can take the liberty to just share some experiences that I've seen with the early voting and all, and the hardship that it can create for a small municipality. According to the Georgia Municipal Association, 70 to 73% of our cities have populations of less than 5,000. And we don't get big turnouts for mayor elections. I've been involved in 2 myself. The most recent was 2.5 years ago, when the early voting was fully in place with the 3 weeks. And you know, historically, when I first ran for mayor, I looked at the numbers, and historically we have 500 to 550 people come out to vote in a mayor's race. You know, out of this last election, we had approximately 3,000 registered voters, 1,600 households with registered voters in the community, and we only had 500 to 550 people that voted. And it turns out that during early voting, you get about 50% of the total turnout during the early voting period. Our elections board chairman, he may be able to provide more accurate information, but we have a civic center here, community center, that is used for the early voting, and you know, it ties up that facility, and we're unable to rent it out for other events and all during that 3-week period. Plus, you know, the cost, it runs $5,000 to $6,000 to have a municipal election. So I just wanted to share that with you guys, since I won't be here for the public comments, and I'll appreciate you letting me take that liberty. You know.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, we appreciate y'all's hospitality today and hosting us, and we appreciate your comments as well, and we understand you have to leave for another engagement, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Chairman Leverett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say good morning to my colleagues and good morning to everybody here, and then just a few thank yous of my own. One, I want to thank Speaker John Burns for allowing me the opportunity to serve on the committee. I didn't properly recognize him at the first meeting. And I want to thank everybody for attending here and also thank the city for their hospitality. Unlike Representative Kelly, I had a little bit longer of a commute today, and about 3.5 hours, I think, through Atlanta, which is always such a joy to go through. And so I can't tell you how pleased I am to finally be here and to hear what all of our local elected officials have to say, or the people who administer our elections. One of my favorite lines is in A Few Good Men, where the Jack Nicholson character says, "I just as soon you said thank you and go on your way, instead of wrapping yourself in the very blanket of security I provide and questioning the means by which I provided." I imagine our local elected officials feel that way after session every year when we start legislating new laws to govern how they have to do their jobs, and so I'm looking forward to giving them a chance to give a little feedback. I'm just glad there is a bit of a distance between us and the podium for safety's sake. So thank you, everybody, for being here, and I look forward to the testimony today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Representative Monahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, good morning. All right, make sure everybody's awake out there. We're so happy to have you out here. You know, first of all, welcome to West Georgia. Now, something has been told this morning that wasn't totally true. I got to correct the record. This is not the best district. You likely drove through the best district in Georgia to get here, which is Dallas, Georgia. But no, we are proud to be here, proud to be in the city of Rockmart. This is a beautiful area. It is a place where we get some options to come down here and eat with my family every once in a while, and so we're so proud to be here this morning. I also didn't get to thank Speaker John Burns, so I will say that. This is a awesome committee. It's a incredible opportunity for me to look back and think how much we got to do and the importance of this committee. And so thanks Speaker Burns for putting me on that. I do want to address, if I may have a point of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman, some commentary. You know, when we came to the last committee meeting and as we're going to work through this committee, I can guarantee you that every member on this committee is committed at finding the truth in getting to the best way to improve Georgia's elections. That's where we want to be. And I know some of the media and some of the pundits have said things and have already kind of started the name calling, the dog and pony show and everything else. I can tell you that I don't think any member of this committee would take time away from their families. I don't think anybody in this room who's here today to advocate on their issues would take time away from their families, their work, to be here. And so I think it's highly offensive to a group that perhaps made the strongest. I think there were some groups who said we, with 202, made the strongest election changes in the nation at that time. And I think it's highly offensive to our speaker, our leadership in this House to say that. We are totally committed to making sure that these elections are accessible, fair, and transparent. But I thank all of y'all for being here today. We take this work very seriously, and I look forward to every single advocate. And if y'all don't have my email, y'all please come and get it after this meeting. I want to hear from you. I want to do what's right for Georgia. I want to do what's right for my people back home. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your comments, and welcome, Representative Draper. Do you have anything you'd like to say? It's a slide switch.
It helps. Good morning, everybody. Apologize for being a little bit late. There was some construction in Paulding County, and I blame Brett Montahan for that. No, it's great to be here, as we all do, that's right. Great to be here, honored to be a part of this committee. SB 202 did fundamentally alter elections in Georgia, just in response to what you say. And, I don't put intention behind that necessarily, but it was a big change. I think that part of what we need to be mindful of as we're making changes and thinking about changes is how substantive changes affect our county election workers. Because every change that we make in the legislature, we go home in March and our job is done. But then it's up to our 159 counties to enact those changes. So I'm really happy that we're listening to our county election officials today and receiving their feedback. And I hope it's not just a one-time thing, that we can be in ongoing communication with them. Because what we want to know is that what we put in place is something that they can effectuate and something that makes the process better. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And before we get started, I just want to let everybody know we have public comment sign-up sheets in the back on the room, on the table back there. I know we've got several pages already signed up, so if you wish to address the committee during public comment, please sign up on the form in the back. So with that being said, we're going to dive right into the agenda. We're going to hear from several local elections officials this morning and probably this afternoon as well. And we will start with our host county, Mr. Noah Beck. We'll give up to 30 minutes for your comments. Members of the committee, I would ask that we hold all our questions to ask after everybody has done their presentations, and I'll open it up to the committee for questions. So, Mr. Beck, thank you for being here this morning. We look forward to hearing your remarks.
Yes, sir. I appreciate being invited by the committee to speak here today. I think they're working on getting a PowerPoint pulled up right now that I did prepare. I do just want to go ahead and put some qualifiers out there for that PowerPoint, that it was prepared under duress. We are incredibly busy in the elections office. It is a 52-week a year job, contrary to some belief. We are knee-deep in municipal qualifying preparations right now. We have our statewide conference coming up. Most of us are leaving out for that tomorrow, as well as the many other off-season, I have to put that in quotations now, but the off-season tasks that happen with list maintenance. We're in the beginning of our fiscal year for budgetary matters and things like that. And so please give me some grace with the PowerPoint. I do plan to provide y'all my presenter notes as well. They've got much more detailed information than what I can fit on a slide. But with that being said, again, I want to express my appreciation for being invited to appear in front of this committee today. I think that it's important to start out by saying that I've communicated this to everyone that will listen to me. People hearing that, I believe this committee is meeting in earnest. I see your hearts and I see the concern that you have for election operation in the state of Georgia, and you deserve credit for that. And so this is me giving credit where I believe credit's due. I believe that you're approaching this in a way that is meaningful and is going to be impactful to a career that I've dedicated my life to. And so I appreciate your open hearts and open minds as y'all approach this. And I also appreciate you starting the conversation here with local election officials. I think that matters. You're going to hear about a slew of topics today. We kind of hive mind between me and the other election officials, as well as some of the other people speaking about possible topics to address with you today. Because if you give me a microphone and an undesignated amount of time, I can talk to you about the ways I wish elections were in the state of Georgia for the next several weeks. But we've got some high order priorities that we're going to address here today. And so my presentation will do that, but I want to introduce myself a little bit for the crowds and some of the committee members that may not know who I am. My name is Noah Beck. I'm the elections director for the Polk County government. We do handle the municipal elections. I appreciate Mayor Ross addressing some of the concerns, and I know you're actually going to hear about some of that a little bit later today as well with small jurisdiction early voting accommodations. But I'm Polk County born and raised. I graduated from Cedartown High School on the other side of the county, and there's a bit of a cross-county rivalry there, but I'm so pleased to be in the city of Rockmart today. I've been at the helm for Polk County elections since March of 2022. After working in state communications for a large state agency, and prior to that, politics. And so I have found my calling. I love what I do for a living, and I will never do anything different. It is the honor of my lifetime to get to serve the people of Polk County, but most importantly, to get to serve along people like my wife, Aiken Beck, who is the Floyd County Director. We met through work, and I'm honored that she's here supporting me today after a rambunctious school drop-off round that I know so many are familiar with now that school has started back. But also, I'm grateful that we have a community of support that we have, Aiken and I both, and we're blessed to be here. And I'm blessed that she edited that picture up there. That headshot's prettier than what you're looking at now because she did what girls do to Instagram photos for that. But I'm going to try to work this clicker, and some of my colleagues know I have a hard time with clickers every now and then. There you go. So just some information about Polk County in and of itself, because I think that a lot of our requests are going to matter in context of who we are and why we're requesting what we're requesting. Polk County elections, well, let me not get in trouble. I'll mention my board as well. My chairman, Richard Long, has been at the helm of the Board of Elections since before I got to Polk County. He is a pre-2020 serving board member. There's not a whole lot of those out there, as you may have come to find out, and we are honored to have his support in most endeavors that we embark upon. His confidence means a lot to us. And we actually have, as our vice chairman, Dr. Bruce Bell, who previously sat where you were sitting now as a member of the City of Rockmart City Council. Members Jackie Tadlock, Alan Dean, like Trey Kelly mentioned earlier, as well as Wayne Weaver also serve on our board, and we're blessed to have their support. Behind me today, as well as my assistant director, Stephen Walker. We are a team. Everything that we do is as a team. You're going to hear that a lot today. People talking about their team that make elections happen. And so I'm very grateful for his support and confidence as we navigate administering elections in Polk County and for the state of Georgia. And then we have approximately 50 poll staff, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot about poll staff back and forth over the next coming weeks and months. But we have about 50. When we can get them to show up, it's great. But at this point, we're asking them to come hang out with us about every other month, it feels like. And so it takes a large number to meet the demand and need that we have here in Polk County. But Polk County's got around just under 30,000 registered voters. That's a stat that you're going to hear a lot today. Most of us reference our county size by how many registered voters that we have. And so that's kind of important. Polk County, though, is somewhere south of the 45,000 population range. We have 2 advanced voting locations, which is odd for a county, Polk County size, but we are a horizontally stretched county with two large municipalities in context of Polk County. And so that is the cause for our two advanced voting locations. We have one here in Rockmart and one here over in Cedartown. We have 7 election day polling locations, ranging from very big to very small. And we serve 3 full municipalities, and by that I mean all of their city limits are encompassed inside the Polk County boundary. We do have 2 split municipalities, one in Taylorsville going towards Cartersville, Bartow County. We share it with, and Bartow County handles their elections, and the city of Braswell, between Paulding County and the city of Braswell as of this time handles their own elections. And then Polk County Elections Department operates off of about a $200,000 a year budget, and that's a stat that I hope that y'all will begin to inquire from local jurisdictions as you hear from them, because we're all doing this with different resources available to us. Some of us do a lot with a little, others have the financial freedom to explore and innovate and try new things, and we try to do that here. But $200,000 to run a full-scale elections department for 30,000 registered voters is incredibly lean, and that's something that we're incredibly proud of. We have one of the most fiscally conservative election budgets in the entire state of Georgia per capita, and so that is something that is a frustration sometimes, but it's also a point of pride that every dollar that I spend in the name of running elections here in Polk County is a thoughtful dollar spent. And so we work very hard to ensure that fiscal responsibility. I'm going to have to remember to move pages and click the clicker at the same time. I don't want to leave my friends behind me without being able to see what's going on. But I have 3 big topics that I want to address today, and we could have addressed a whole lot, but we're looking at some finite changes that we're going to ask to be included in your report for hopefully topics to be included in legislation in the upcoming session in 2026. We think that this is a wonderful opportunity to get some of this feedback. So today I'm going to be talking about the absentee ballot application deadline and a possible change that we would like to see. I would love to hear the feedback of the committee. I do want to answer as many questions as I can following this, and so I'm going to try to be brief in the topics that I'm talking about, because I want to leave as much opportunity to hear from y'all and your thoughts as well. The second topic that I plan to address is political party qualifying. This was a big topic in 2024, and we saw situations unfold that are going to need addressing either by your body, the legislature, or the judiciary, and the judiciary has made clear that they are going to dodge the question. And so while that works its way through the appellate process, I'm hoping that we can seek relief here with your body. And then the other thing is something that my colleagues are probably tired of hearing me rant about, but the need for a bipartisan elections housekeeping bill that we see for so many other governmental departments to clean up the Title 21 of the OCGA and hopefully provide some administrative relief, purely clerical in nature. You can stay away from the scary big topics that provoke people, but I'm talking about the things that are quality of life improvements for those of us on the ground doing this day in and day out. And then again, like I said, I hope to have plenty of time for questions following my presentation, but we're going to start off with the absentee application deadline. And forgive me for having to fumble with papers so much up here, but I tried to be as prepared as possible with the notice that we had. And like I said earlier, I do intend to pass along my presenter notes to Molly. Again, I ask for the same grace with those when you get them. They have not been copy edited because I can read through some of my worst typos. So talking about the absentee application deadline, you may not know, but the application deadline is 11 days prior to the date of an election. So this typically ends up, because 11 days seems kind of obscure, but this typically ends up being the Friday prior to the week before an election. So that last week, right before you're getting ready for your last week of early voting, is the last day an individual can come to the Board of Elections office and say, I'd like to get an absentee ballot for this upcoming election. Currently, that deadline is set at 11:59. I used 12 a.m. to better communicate it, but I believe that functionally we use an 11:59 deadline to make sure that it operates in our system properly. But we're talking about changing this election, and this, again, is, and I should have given this disclaimer up front, these are the opinions of Noah Beck in my individual capacity. Of course, I, to a degree, represent Polk County elections, but this is just my take on my professional experience. I don't want to presume to speak for one of my colleagues who, while oftentimes they do lend their voice to me, they have their own opinions about a lot of these topics. And that disclaimer is really important, and I'm almost positive you'll hear it several times today. These are the opinions of Noah Beck, and functional things that we've heard from our colleagues may make sense, but overall, these are my beliefs, and any backlash, I don't want it to fall back to anybody else other than Noah, so y'all can send the heat my way. But we're asking that the legislature consider changing the deadline from 11:59 to 5 p.m. This would be a 7-hour rollback from its current deadline to better align it with, one, other state-accepted deadlines that we enforce in the elections department. We're talking about like cure deadlines and other submission deadlines for challenges. Putting a deadline for something as critical as absentee application fulfillment in at 11:59 basically guarantees you that I'm going to be out of the office when that deadline rolls around. I try, when I can avoid it, to not work too late into the night. And we have several reasons for why we know that moving it to 5 p.m. would be better suited to not only the voters, but definitively for the administrators that have to make those fulfillments. So again, like I said, it would align better with other enforced deadlines, but it would also lend itself to end-of-day processing. So if we knew the cutoff was at 5 o'clock, we could work in real time to fulfill those applications all the way up until 5 o'clock. And in the case that we did have 5 o'clock submissions, we could stay over an hour, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. That's not a late night for us in order to fulfill these applications. But as soon as it goes until 11:59, we have an issue with keeping up with the monitoring of those applications submitted. A lot of us work in real time with our voters that are submitting those applications to ensure that they're properly filled out so the voter does have access to the ballot, because at the end of the day, our biggest goal is to ensure that that voter gets the proper access to the ballot that they deserve. End-of-day processing would allow us to have better fulfillment times and make it to where we're gambling less on the post office. And we've all seen that play out on a national stage in 2024 and before. But the honest truth of the matter is that there's a degree of frustration and a lack of trust for postal operations in the state of Georgia when it comes to fulfilling elections-needed procedures. When I mail out an absentee ballot, we are triple and double checking and doing individual contacts for voters. Luckily, we're in a county the size that can do that because we want to ensure that it makes it there. And we've worked with them. I appreciate some relief that we've gotten where the post offices have been instructed that they can keep them out of the circulation of going to Atlanta. But if you allow it to be at 5 o'clock, that means that we can fulfill them by 5 o'clock. We can have them out in the mail. Hopefully, they'll be in a Saturday sorting run that's done by the post office, and then it'll be sent out either that Saturday or early in the top of next week. If we leave it at 11:59, we can take our 3 days to fulfill that, the voter could have such limited time with that ballot, limited access to actually vote that ballot and get it back into us on time. A 7-hour rollback would not probably limit the accessibility, but it would rather create opportunities for them to have more time with that ballot. If you push that back the time that election officials had to get that ballot, prepare it, and then give them the opportunity to get it out before the end of the day, it's our belief that, or my belief that voters will get to spend probably Monday to Friday of that next week, at least the business days, with that ballot, filling it out and attempting to return it. As it sits right now, the fulfillment of those absentee ballots oftentimes rolls into the top of the next week, and we don't want to see voters try to make a good effort to vote and be limited because the law allows them to turn it into 11:59. Those circumstances just don't lend themselves to proper fulfillment. And then one of the other things I want to leave you with about absentee application is something we've kind of learned through trial by fire over the course of 2020 and 2024 is that midnight processes and deadlines just lend themselves to public scrutiny and public mistrust. That is the truth of it. I guarantee you that at Polk County, nothing nefarious is happening at 11:59 other than me sleeping too hard through a crying baby and my wife having to deal with it. We don't want to have to monitor processes that are happening in the middle of the night and then go back and try to troubleshoot those when we get back into work on Monday, so far removed from the initial issue in the first place. We feel like this would give us a better opportunity to fulfill those ballots in a meaningful way that allows the voters more time to interact with that ballot. I did go ahead and write down some of the items that we believe would be possible pushback for a rollout like this. And so I do want to read those off just so I can maybe avoid some of the questions about it, and so you can go ahead and get where my stance on it is. Shifting the deadline to 7 hours earlier, while small, is the limitation of voter accessibility. We see that as being a counterpoint to this kind of proposal. The shift would leave processing to happen over the weekend outside of business hours anyways, possibly not providing the necessary administrative relief. We see that as being kind of one of the points to push back. And then the confusion by voters for a changing deadline. And so these are our responses, and I want to be exact here. So at the July 15th, the SOS presented that absentee voting statistics had just about normalized. They had just about returned to pre-COVID numbers at your July 15th hearing. This is after a change in the requesting period availability that was rolled out as a part of election reform at the beginning of this decade. And so that was a huge rollback, almost cutting in half, if not more, the available time that voters had to request. We're talking about a 7-hour rollback here, not a 90 or 100-day rollback like we saw with the election reform in 2021. Voters will utilize the requesting period that's available to them. Our voters are competent and smart, and those that are going through the trouble to engage with the absentee voting process, as tedious as it is, are some of our best educated voters that know the requirements put forth to them, and we believe that they will respond well to something as practical as this, and we will see it as superseding that limited accessibility concern. This is a step as far as it not really providing the administrative relief that we may need. We believe this is a step in the right direction. Many would value the date to be moved to 12 days prior and make the absentee applications due on that Thursday. But at minimum, this provides election officials with the chance to implement best practices to fulfill those absentee ballot applications that following afternoon at 6 p.m. by 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. And then for the last point about there being confusion, and this is something we hear a lot anytime someone's talking about provoking change, but administratively, this is a solution that would ultimately provide better clarity and more uniformity across election processes. And thanks to all of the reform that's happened over the last 5 or 6 years, local election officials as well as state officials have become experts in communicating change to the voters of Georgia. It is something we have to participate in often. And I believe that we are more than capable of advocating and doing the necessary communication with our voters about a proposed change such as this. And so that is really all I have about the possibility of moving the absentee application deadline. I look forward to questions about that. But the next 2 topics I have are a little bit heavier in nature. The main points that need to be made with political party qualifying is a request for relief from the legislature to provide clarity. So if you are unfamiliar, in the 2023 GOP convention, there were proposals raised about party qualifying and an ability to provide by the local executive political parties a purity test or a loyalty test that limited candidate ballot access. It was actually not voted favorably at the convention, but then we saw it individual practices be taken up by several counties, most of which are actually in northwest Georgia. This situation unfolded mainly in Catoosa County, and like I said in my presenter notes, it'll have a one-by-one kind of explanation of what happened, but basically 4 county commissioners or 4 elected officials in Catoosa County returned to qualify, incumbents returned to qualify, and they were refused ballot access for not meeting the loyalty test or purity test, excuse me if there's a better term, that's the one that I know it as, by the local party. And to many, this may just seem like a party issue that they need to handle in-house, and we would love it if that was the case. That would be the best case scenario, but unfortunately, it spills over, and so upon legal challenges, the Georgia Supreme Court rejected the local party's appeal. They had been ordered previously by the local Superior Court to comply and been fined heavily for not complying to allow the candidates on the ballot. Their appeals have been rejected, but now it is back in the Superior Court's jurisdiction after the 11th Circuit's overturning, saying they're not answering the questions. The courts aren't answering the questions that this situation provokes. But basically, the question that we have for you is, should parties be able to limit access of candidates to the ballot? For example, we're seeing a situation play out on a state stage right now with Secretary Raffensperger, where we've seen it previously in the Catoosa County situation with these four, and we know for a fact that two other county local parties have now instituted policies to give them the ability to do this in the 2026 session. While those other two counties haven't acted on those provisions yet, it is a point of concern, and this is the main reason it becomes a point of concern for election offices. One, we're named in the lawsuits, and then that becomes an administrative burden to navigate. But two, the biggest concern, and this, I believe I speak with the force of 159 counties when I say this, our timelines are sensitive. They're administratively burdensome, and the second you get behind on them, it snowballs. It becomes a larger issue that's pushed down the road, and when you have these questions of qualifying happening, for example, I have qualifying the week after we get back from conference for municipalities. When these legal questions of qualifying happen, that means that the ballot language deadlines now get pushed back, that the candidate information submission deadlines now get pushed back because this litigation has to run its course. And so while you're throwing everything off by conducting these practices of the party pushing back on qualifying candidates, it delays our administrative task, the things that we are required by law to do, and it creates a conflict where we have to choose between going up against the political parties in the judicial system and advocating for relief there, or missing our administrative deadlines, which have consequences. And we see the consequences play out every month at the state election board for not adhering to those administrative deadlines. So it's our ask. We really kind of have two options here that we would love to see happen. You're the legislator. It's your will and your intent. We could come up here and give you a million suggestions and you not take one of them, but we would ask that you at least come down on the issue on one side or the other of this. You could either offer clarity that political parties do not have the authority to restrict county party executives from imposing additional qualifications or ideological vetting beyond state-defined ballot access rules. You could give us that relief and say, parties, you can't do this. The only thing that can define whether or not a candidate can be on the ballot is what it's established in the OCGA. You don't have that authority, or you could go the other route and give the political parties and the localities the ability to make that vetting. But either way, it will limit the litigation, it will limit the legal challenges, and it will protect our timelines and the sanctity of managing the administrative task. Because when you don't, and when the judiciary puts off answering the question, it becomes an issue for us, because we are the ones that will bear that administrative burden. We are the ones that will deal with the compressed timelines, and we are the ones that will have to answer for missing those deadlines that are compounded by these litigations of the party authority. So we would ask that you step in where the judiciary hasn't and answer the question if local political parties have the authority to limit when they do and don't lend their party affiliation to local candidates. We also believe that the question probably needs asking for the state level as well. We've seen that play out over their 2025 convention for the GOP conference. I'm not the qualifying agent for state parties, so it has less of an impact on me, and you're here today to hear from local election officials. And so our main concern is that we find some limitation of this so it doesn't continue to be overly burdensome and create overly stressful work environments for local election officials to stretch us to our wits' end before we end up getting in trouble with either the state election board or the attorney general one. The next thing I have, and again, I'm trying to pick it up because I really do want to spend some time with you on questions, but this is a feel-good moment that I think we all can have and all can recognize the need for. A bipartisan election housekeeping bill is kind of, and it's, you would think, well, why wouldn't someone just dream that up? Why does Noah need to come and stand in front of a committee and ask for this? But it's not being done, and it's tried to be done in the past before, and there are some major hiccups with getting it done, and those are what we want to address here today, because we believe that this is something that is for the good of the voters of Georgia. A fun fact that you might not know is that Georgia has the third largest election code in the entire country, only behind California and New York. Our code is more than double the size of Florida, who is the fourth behind us. We have an incredibly extensive election code, and there's a reason for that. I'm not one to say that the election code is over-legislated. I appreciate the clarity and the guidance that it offers us so often, but there's major issues with it. There are references to old election systems in there that aren't relevant any longer. There are timelines that don't match functional requirements. There's a plethora of issues that need to be fixed to make the code clean and applicable to what's happening on the ground. And the issue is that what this tends to be is that every time someone goes to do something like this, or a code review committee is formed in our state association, and goes to provide legislative recommendations, it's oftentimes thrown off the tracks by polarizing topics. And that's the nature of the beast. People feel strongly either way about many of the issues that are going to be discussed today and over the next coming months. They're polarizing in nature. When you start talking about some of these topics about absentee drop boxes, for example, they're by nature are polarizing, not saying anything about the topic, but early voting, polarizing by nature, challenging electors, polarizing by nature. And so what happens is this bill ends up becoming derailed by partisan efforts that don't have widespread support, and it ends up leaving behind all of the good legislative change that we could foster that cleans up the code and provides relief to local election officials. And so I want to talk about that a little bit today. I want to talk about what we believe would make it functional and how we would hope that it would play out. So one of the things would be to obviously depolarize this specific endeavor of election administration, make it bipartisan in nature, require that it have bipartisan sponsors when it's coming forward, and require, or involve the parties in giving feedback from the beginning, both parties, involve them in the interpretation of the code, put us, local election administrators, in the middle of this conversation. It is us who cracks this code book so often to figure out our directives for what we need to do on the ground, and it would be meaningful to have our input in the middle of those conversations, because I know for a fact that we don't use DREs anymore, but not everybody does, because that may not just be common knowledge. You might not know the systems that we use and which ones are applicable when they're referenced in the code section. And you could also foster partnerships between legislative council. Y'all have got some brilliant minds that could be incredibly additive to this conversation. Invite stakeholders here to the conversation. Set it up similar to this, a subcommittee that meets to ensure that the topics remain clear and concise and aren't political in nature. Reject attempts to use the bill as a vehicle for other bills, and refuse amendments that dilute the central effort of that, per se this does come to fruition. Promote consistency, transparency, and relief. This bill would be the best advocate. It would be the best option for us, local election officials, to come and seek relief from you. It would be a consistent place that we knew would be coming every year for us to approach and say, these are the administrative concerns we have coming out of this book. But keep it clerical, keep it administrative. Don't broach the scary topics, don't broach the polarizing topics, because we don't need to abandon good administrative changes because there can't be agreement on hotter topics that just don't get the same overwhelming support. And then what I would leave you with about the bipartisan election bill is that I believe that it supports the legislators' institutional mission. It reinforces that lawmaking remains a service-oriented, public, and bipartisan function at its core. The work that you're doing here today, like I started off with, is an earnest effort, and a bill like this would be a reoccurring light that we could look forward to, knowing that this is an earnest effort coming down the pipeline. And so we would advocate for something like this to be a conversation over the next coming years. Let us work with you to develop the changes that we need. Some of the topics I was told to mention today are the holiday accommodation deadlines. For example, when there's holidays that fall in some of our state-mandated deadlines, we kind of just have to take the word of whoever we think has the most authoritative interpretation to let us know, well, accommodate for the holiday this way, or don't accommodate for it this way. We need clarity in the law that way. But there's many other changes. It'll be included in my presenter's notes. I will provide that to the committee. Again, I do ask for grace, and I appreciate the time to be heard here today. People say that it's dangerous to give me a microphone because I can go and go and go. But I do want to leave opportunity for question, because I want to honor the fact that you've asked us here today to get the perspective of the local election officials, and I want to do my best to answer whatever questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. We appreciate your presentation. So I'll open it up to questions from the committee. I think Representative Kelly, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Noah, thank you again for being here. Thank you for the work that you do on behalf of Polk County and the state of Georgia. Just a couple questions here. I appreciate a solution you brought to us about absentee ballots and maybe making that process run more efficient. Could you help me understand maybe what percentage of ballots you get between 5 and 12 versus the ones you get through traditional business hours?
No, that's a really good question. I can. So we often see our absentee voters or returning voters. They've voted absentee with us historically. A lot of them are benefiting from opt-in privileges that they get because they qualify as 65 or older. And so they're consistent. They're applying on day 78. When 78 days prior to an election opens up, they know what their opportunity is to get that access to that absentee ballot. So if I had to put a percentage on it, I would say less than 1%, because it really is one-off cases. But when that one-off case falls through, it's a voter that was unprepared anyways. And I'm not speaking poorly about that last-minute requester. I'm just saying they were unprepared. And so a lot of times we see errors in that application, and then we have to go to other provisions of the law to try to cure the information that we need. And so Polk County takes a very hands-on approach to that few amount of applications that comes in to make sure that we're providing the relief and the guidance that the voter needs. So, I mean, we're seeing less than 1 or 2 an election, but the paranoia is not proportional. That I know that I have an overhanging 7 hours worth of work, of which I could have had someone request as I try to have that last weekend before elections really pick up, because as you know, the closer you get to election, the incredibly heavy workload that appears. So, but very few volume. I don't know what my colleagues would say, because I can only speak for Polk County's data, but you're looking at 1 or 2 election. Maybe in a large presidential year, you would see 3 or 4 during a November request period.
Thank you, Noah. And just one more, Mr. Chairman, if I can. Could you speak a little bit to the process and the efforts y'all make when you're conducting the risk limiting audits that we've done? I know that you and Polk County have even gone above and beyond some of what we've asked for statutorily. And so would you mind speaking to that a little bit for us?
Yes. So before I get into like our audit practice, I would like to say that we did participate in the pilot for the ballot imaging audit tool that the Secretary of State implemented. That is the text readable audit tool that reads the letters printed on a ballot. We were in the pilot for that. We saw it implemented at that level, and it reported the same thing that our 100% hand audits have reported as well, is that the ballots are found to be 100% accurate in Polk County. Now, what Polk County does is we do participate in the risk limiting audit, which is the 2 random batch selection audits of 1 batch hand marked, 1 batch machine printed ballots to ensure that the text readable format matches the tabulated results by the ICP and the ICC scanners. So that is what everybody is doing. 159 of us on the same day. We're engaging in that risk limiting audit that is dealing with that random sample size set at the state level. But Polk County went above and beyond that. I took over the helm in March of 2022. There was a lot of public scrutiny, a lot of public mistrust, and there were many counties, or not many, but there were a few counties out there that had already established best practices for 100% completion audits. And so we actually participate in 100% completion audits. We touch every single ballot that we have to ensure that the text readable format matches the tabulated results that we produce on election night in the election summary reports and the statement of votes cast. So we touch every single ballot, and oftentimes, unless it's like an incredibly large primary ballot, we also address every single race on that ballot. And we do that through a kind of a unique practice, and I think there's 3 or 4 counties here today that do 100% auditing, and it's kind of buyer's choice. Everyone has their own preference for doing it. I know that Polk County specifically knew that we were going to stay away from the tick and tally method that was used during the recount in 2020, I believe, because it's historically prone to human error. And so we used a version of the sort and stack method that's implemented with a risk limiting audit, but we do it on a matrix based off of several conditions. If you chose contest 1A and contest 2B, that would put you in a separate stack. And so then we knew to code those numbers as a vote for contest A or contest 1A and contest 2B. And so it's like a matrix style sort and stack method that goes back to the risk limiting audit. I love audits, auditing the ballots. It is the best protection that we have against the accusation in the future that we don't or did not conduct the election properly. But I will say this, and it bears being said, I have been running 100% audit since May of 2022, and I can count on one hand the amount of public attendance that I've had to an audit, and I appreciate the public's trust. I appreciate the public support, but I will say this, if a tree falls in the woods, no one does hear it. If you leave me in a room alone to grade my own test and you don't show up, it is your fault for not showing up. When you call foul, when you come and yell cheater at me, if you're not showing up, there's nothing that I can do to convince you. We welcome public participation. I welcome public scrutiny. I have no issue with that either. But yes, to answer your question, we participate in a self-inflicted, if you will, 100% audit, oftentimes 100% ballot audit, in addition to the risk limiting audit. But I would love to see, and maybe this will provoke it. I may need to be careful. I may show up at the next one and run out of seating room. But that is one of the main concerns that we have with those 100% audits and what's led us to reconsider doing those here recently.
Thank you, Representative Kelly. Representative Draper.
Mr. Beck, thank you so much for your presentation. That was so thorough. I appreciate you identifying the issues that you wanted to lift up, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So Polk County is very lucky to have you. I'm sure they already know that. But so I wanted to follow up on a question that Representative Kelly asked about this first issue that you've identified, which is the change in the absentee application deadline. Here's my question, or rather, here's my concern. And you can tell me whether it's a legitimate concern. But my concern is, when we give the public deadlines, typically they think of them as you have this day. If we start saying, okay, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 3 o'clock, that's something that could change by county, and it could get confusing for folks. So that's my concern. Given that you have a 1% perhaps volume of folks that are actually submitting their absentee ballot application after 5 p.m., what is the issue with processing that either, you go home at 5, processing it either Saturday if you're in the office or Monday when you get back in the office? To me, they're submitting it last minute, literally last minute. So if they get it, 1 or 2 days later, that's not on you, that's on them. Mm-hmm. And I think that, I completely understand your desire not to be there until midnight. So would that be a compromise position? Tell me what you think about that.
Yeah, so I think it's a meaningful question. I thought that we would end up having a lot of conversation about the absentee because it's so administrative in nature, but this is one of those topics that I was talking about earlier that gets so politicized so quickly because it is a limitation of ballot access that we're talking about here. And I think that we are advocating for the same position of consistency and voter interpretation of that. Mm-hmm. It's just, from my perspective on the ground, that voter consistency is a 5 p.m. expectation of us because they know that we're humans. I've got babies to pick up from daycare and all of that good stuff, and so they expect a lot of CSIP business deadlines, and I think that lends itself to the flux of applications that we get closer to 5 on that last day versus the few that we might have trickle in after. I don't think that it would offer that same confusion because I think it would actually align itself with most of our early voting practices, which is closing up shop at 5 p.m. at that time. I think that it's a valid point to raise that the volume is maybe too low to advocate for making a change, but the volume is just that low in Polk County. I don't know what the administrative burden is being created like in other jurisdictions, larger jurisdictions. I know Hall County has an individual here today as well as Paulding County, and I would love to hear their perspective on what kind of volume that they do in that afternoon hours. But for me, I also have an issue with deferring to the voter as far as responsibility goes at that last moment. It means something to me. It's deeply personal when we talk about ballot access. To me, it is the mission of my life. And so it's hard to advocate for rolling back accessibility, but also saying, well, it's their responsibility to get it in by 5. Because every time a voter shows up at 5:05, I wish, my heart breaks for them because I wish I could do something to assist them in that moment. And so I hope that we could see the benefit maybe of a 5 o'clock deadline. I also think that there's room for conversation. I also am hoping that this wouldn't be one of the, we could depolarize this specific topic and maybe find a solution for it in the omnibus bill or a bipartisan bill. It's my opinion that the delay in the timeline that it can snowball and perpetuate into the top of the following week is in itself limiting the ballot access. That's the main reason when we were kind of splitting up who would talk about what, I was so willing to talk about this topic, because I do believe that eventually it leads to, through a trickle-down effect of the voter trying to mail that ballot. Some of these voters are our most vulnerable voters that don't have good access. It leads to them trying to mail me a ballot on Monday, and that the postal system doesn't work that way, unfortunately. If you put it in the mail Monday, it doesn't get to me by Tuesday all the time. And so that is something that where we may differ on, but I know that there are solutions out there that we could work together to find about this application deadline. It's just we know that the 11:59 stress, those 7 hours, is at least creating heartburn at the very best, and it's creating administrative burden at the very worst for election officials.
Thank you.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Beck, thank you. First of all, this is a good presentation, but not only have you presented some issues, you proposed some solutions. So thank you very much for that. A real quick question, and it's a little unfair to ask you because I plan to ask this to everybody today, and I haven't given anybody advance notice of this. But current state law after 189 a couple of years ago requires that by July 1st, we no longer use the QR code for official tabulation of the votes. Given the scenario and the tools that you have at your disposal now, how would you propose, in the absence of legislative action, how would you propose to deal with that, and what do you think that would do as far as meeting the other statutory requirements that we put in place?
Yeah. No, I appreciate the question. I think it's a super meaningful question, and I appreciate what you said about solutions, because I'm one of the people, my wife is probably rolling her eyes back there, because I say all the time that if you're talking about problems without talking about solutions, you're just complaining. I think that's what that word's called. And I believe in my heart showing up with solutions. About the 189 predicament, I know for a fact you're going to hear about it later today, and we hope to hear about it even more in future committee meetings. But to give you the short answer, I don't believe it's possible to implement 189 as my office is currently structured now with the resources that we have. Also with the autonomy to access election equipment that is capable of doing that. A non-QR or barcode readable format that's in line with the EAC's response to the executive order, and now 189 being passed in the state of Georgia, puts us in an odd predicament where I don't control what machines that I use to conduct elections. The conversation about the 189 implementation affects me heavily. It affects the way I do my job every day, but it is actually, that ball's kind of not in my court, to say the least. When you talk about retrofitting the Dominion equipment to go to a hand-marked ballot that produces a ballot based off of a selections made on a BMD, the screen that you vote on, I know that they have the technology possible to do that, but it's expensive, and Polk County cannot foot the bill. We, just like many other counties, aren't rolling in surplus cash right now. And so I know for a fact technologically we cannot do the Dominion implementation. And so then the conversation really kind of turns to, after that point, to, well, are you going to do ballot on demand printers? I have a ballot on demand printer that is a small unit. It's not built to handle that. It's built to basically handle an emergency. I know like a county like Glenn County set theirs on fire by overusing it. And so now they have a printing press in their county that produces hand-marked ballots that can be hand-marked for our absentee ballots. I know that there are some solutions out there, but to be completely honest with you and to be frank with you, Chairman Anderson, I don't believe that the implementation of 189 at that July 1st drop dead date is possible. It stresses me greatly. My wife and I stay up late talking about it. It stresses me so greatly. I'm hoping that we will see relief come out of the body. I don't want you to abandon your endeavors, your party's endeavor. I don't think that it's necessarily the wrong tree to bark up. I thought 214, Senate Bill 214 that was proposed last year that's now hibernating over the off season may have been a part of that solution, where we look at a Virginia-type system of ballot on demand with still machine tabulation. I would love to see that be implemented, but to answer your question directly, no, I just don't think it's possible to implement it on a county level with the resources that I have available to me. And that's an unfortunate truth that creates a lot of heartburn and paranoia for me, because I know that I am not capable of doing something that I am now mandated to do. So.
Thank you.
Chairman Leverett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo what my colleagues have said about your presentation. I just appreciate that so much. The specific, recommendations with proposed solutions is something that I'm hoping we'll hear a lot of today, because I think you know this stuff better than we do, and so you know what the issues are and what potential solutions. So while I reserve the right to disagree with you, I appreciate very much the input. So my question was about the absentee ballot application deadline, because that to me is just a good administrative kind of topic. So just to make sure I understand, and let me warn you, I can get sort of granular in my question. With the desire for granularity coupled with great ignorance, it can be a little tedious, so I'll just warn you of that.
I understand.
So we're talking about the deadline by which, if I want to vote by an absentee ballot, I have to let you know so you can
Yes.
generate and deliver to me the ballot for
Correct.
me to use. All right. And that there's a period during which I can do that. If I can come in too early and wouldn't be able to, and I can come in too late and not be able to get it. And I think you made some reference to
78 days prior, or after SB 202, 78 days prior to an election up until 11 days prior to the election is the absentee request window for that, pertaining to that adjoining election.
So the deadline is the Friday before the week before
Yes, correct.
the election. Okay.
Yeah.
And right now, it's midnight on that
Friday.
Correct. So how, just as a practical matter, do most people walk in and ask for the ballot, or do they submit some kind of written request for the ballot by mail? And I'm sure it probably varies in terms of who does the particular thing the most.
No, that's a really good question. So a finite detail that is actually important to include in this conversation is that the absentee request application requires a wet signature. I'm in my office, and maybe there's implementation disagreements, but in my office, I will not accept like an e-sign or anything like that. I need a wet signature on the page. And so a lot of the different ways that you can submit that is online through the Secretary of State's My Voter Page portal. They have a portal to submit that now.
How can you submit, if I can interrupt, how can you submit if it
So
requires a wet signature online?
you must print it and then scan it back in, or scan a adequately readable JPEG, or like a picture or PNG, or some type of digital file after you have printed it, filled it out, and then turned it back in.
So I don't have to tender to you the original that I've signed, I just have to tender you a document that I have actually,
That
a
is clear,
PDF of a document.
that is clearly legible, yes, sir.
And so
But
that can be done electronically.
yes,
I
but
can do it.
oftentimes it actually is walked in. Walked in up until 5 o'clock, then we shut down. And then if I was talking about this small volume that I do receive after, we almost always receive those by email, because the My Voter Page tool is a new advent in the last couple of years.
What was the last thing you said?
That we oftentimes receive those by email, because the My Voter tool that they can submit on My Voter Page tool is a new advent. I'm sure there are also counties out there that get a lot of faxes with them as well. I'm just not as familiar with fax. It's a little bit before my time, so we don't advocate for
technology
for
you.
fax as much. So
For us gold guys, that's still pretty golly gee whiz, but for you, I'm sure that's.
I apologize. I didn't mean to insult, but most email.
So it can be, I understand what you're saying. So I can submit these to you electronically. I don't have to do it in person or mail it to you.
Correct.
So I guess what happens is you get the request for the ballot, and it can say right now it can come in past 5 p.m. So you're not in the office.
To process it, monitor it, review it.
Now, to Representative Draper's question, you would normally process those when in your office? Would you do it the Monday?
So in my office, I would come in on a Saturday and do it.
Okay.
Which is still, we know in the elections world, we don't like weekend processes. We know we don't like late night processes. I feel a weird way about coming in and doing it on a Saturday, but I feel strongly about that voter's right to access that ballot. But the law will provide you to wait until Monday, and the law will provide you probably to wait all the way, depending on the 3-day rule, that you have 3 days for fulfillment, 3 business days, as many interpret it, you have until almost Wednesday, 6 days prior to the election.
So currently, you as an office are allowed 3 business days after receipt to fulfill. That is to
issuance.
either issue or approach them about, are there
Cur-
sometimes
some-
when they may
curing
have
some
something filled out
information.
improperly, or
Correct.
you have a question about whether they are
Correct. If it did-
registered or resident or eligible for the
Correct, if it didn't justify a denial outright, rejecting the application.
And how would you communicate that to them? Do you contact them? Do you email them? Does it?
To get into the nitty gritty, I mean, any way possible, sending up smoke signals. I've went and knocked on doors before. Anything I can do to get in contact. Sometimes they include a phone number, sometimes they include an email. If I have received one by fax once before, and there was no good contact information on it. And we've went and knocked on a door before saying, I want to get you this ballot. A lot of times they are our senior citizens, or they are medically fragile and can't leave their home. And so, I mean, any way possible. So I spend my Saturday going and knocking on someone's door prior to the election.
And right now, statutorily, you are mandated to respond within 3 business days, regardless of what the error is, or
Correct.
regardless of what information they
Correct.
provide.
I must give it a status. I must implement some kind of status on it, rejected, curing,
So if
accepted.
they don't really give you enough information to get in touch with them and ask a question, you're just going to deny, you would likely deny the application and communicate that to them. Do they have a cure period?
So when I say cure, I just mean cure is like not the legal definition of the sense, but the way cure works in my mind, which is the obtaining of information to where I can get them to submit a properly filled out application, which would be,
Well, and that's how I would use it too. in this
Yeah.
context. I mean, you're fixing the thing.
yeah, I'm
you
fixing
did
an
the first
issue
time.
on the application.
So I think the concern you have is, and I would agree, I think maybe contrary to Representative Drake, for me, if I have a deadline to do something on a certain day, I usually assume that deadline runs at the close of business. And so I don't really have an issue with that, and I don't necessarily, at least personally, have an issue. I think your concern is it would allow you to expedite the processing because you would have daylight hours on a business day where you would potentially, I mean, if it comes in at 4:59, you're not going to have much time before
But you'll
5.
have many more counties stay to fulfill it than you will have come in on a Saturday morning.
You have many more what?
You will have many more counties stay to fulfill that until 6 o'clock or until 6:30 to fulfill those outstanding applications. Then you will have do what we do, which is come in on a Saturday morning.
Okay. And then when you issue the ballot, the absentee ballot, is it issued as a paper?
Paper hand marked ballot.
And then do you deliver that to them by mail?
Yes, it must be delivered by mail.
By mail. So you mail it to them?
Yes.
And as you said, mail used to sometimes arrive the next day, but not so much anymore.
Yeah, and we did get a clarification last year during the cycle, actually, at a press conference right up the road in Dallas, Georgia, where the Paulding County government building sits, that was stating that post offices did have the authority to withhold them from going to the processing center. So it's gotten better, don't get me wrong. They do not any longer go to the processing center. In Polk County, we've worked with them. They go directly to our municipal postal offices and get distributed that way. But there's still a 1 or 2, 3 day delay in that process. Not as bad as them going to Chattanooga or Atlanta or wherever and trying to get back to us, but still a delay nonetheless. And again, at the end of the day, my goal, my mission, my life's work is getting people easy access to that ballot.
So it would seem, I guess, then there is a tension, to Representative Draper's point, is I've got about 7 hours less to make the request, but if I can make the request, it's more likely that I'll have the ballot quicker.
A day or so. In my opinion, and these are all nuances that are going to operate different in county to county, but if you look at the facts, to me, it would lend itself to quicker and easier access to the ballot and giving the voter more time to return that ballot voted properly and it getting to count, their voice getting to be heard.
Okay. And I got the other sort of tension I see there is once I get the ballot, it shouldn't take me that long to vote it. The issue is when can I get it back to you? And I'm assuming the marked ballot can be delivered to you
In my office, in
on
my
foot
Dropbox, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, or in the mail.
All right.
Those are 3 modalities.
Thank you, and thank you, members of the committee, for your patience. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Representative Monahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. It was very well laid out, and I appreciate all these notes here. I do have a couple questions, and so maybe we can kind of explore and kind of color in. I think one of the comments you had made, I took a note here, was as to the majority opt-in of those folks that are 65 plus. Can you kind of expand on that and tell me the process there and maybe indulge us in some more information about that.
Yeah, so Georgia has a process for absentee applications that if you fall into one of three categories during a general election cycle, if you request for one ballot, if you meet one of the three thresholds, you can be opted in, if you will, to receive ballots throughout that general election cycle. So those three qualifications are being 65 or older, an elderly designation, you can meet the disabled designation, or you could be a UOCAVA voter, which is our overseas voters, either military personnel or temporary residential overseas or permanent residents overseas. So if you meet one of those three categories, you will be opted in to basically receive a ballot election over election for an entire cycle. The easiest way to explain it to voters is to say this application will hold you over for the full year. And oftentimes those are the rules that apply. There are exceptions, of course, as there is with everything we do. There are times it applies, times it don't. It does not, but this is a tool mostly utilized by elderly voters to ensure that they don't have to go through the administrative burden of resubmitting an application every time an election comes up. They are opted in to receive those ballots. That's how it works in Polk County. I can't tell you how it's being utilized in a different type of county or a different area of Georgia, but in Polk County we see it massively as a tool utilized by our elderly and aging population to receive those absentee ballots election over election inside of an election year.
Thank you. Let me further explore that. So let's say that you have an elderly person who comes in, and I want to say 70 for the folks that are 60 in the room. You are not elderly. You guys are very young folks. But let's just say that a 7-year-old, I guess, takes a part of this here. Mm-hmm. And whether or not they vote, that won't matter at that point. Kind of going forward until they are either deceased or opt out, they would continue to receive those ballots at every opportunity, every election. Is that correct?
Correct.
If somebody
just for that cycle, yes.
For that cycle, so it wouldn't be. They would have to then re-opt in at the next cycle. Is that correct? Okay. All right. All right. My next question I had for you was, my understanding is that it was 11 days prior. Is that right? So 11 days prior is the cutoff date. It's at effectively 11:59, but it says 12 a.m. in statute.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So at 8 p.m. Mm-hmm. or 5 p.m. really, somebody puts in a ballot request and it's full of errors. Okay, this person is. I think that was something that you had given some testimony. Would you find a high propensity for errors in that time period? Is that correct?
Say that again. The last part.
It had a high propensity for errors during that time period.
Yes, because there's already a set of circumstances that lends itself to that voter being possibly an uninformed voter if they're utilizing a deadline that is that close or utilizing a process that close to the deadline. And in Polk County, our responsiveness to that would be I monitor those emails in the afternoon hours and would immediately try to respond with all the corrections that I can, but I can't guarantee that that's happening in 158 other counties, that someone is giving that voter the information that they need to properly resubmit that application, make it a proper request for an absentee ballot.
So in those cases, thank you. So in those cases where you have someone who has a high propensity for errors, and I think that's what you've witnessed yourself here in Polk County, and it may not happen everywhere, how many of those are ultimately successful ballots cast? Because I'm just kind of thinking someone who has a high propensity for errors, you come to the House and so thankful for you. You're coming to the House to help them, and I know cure was a word you used, but to make sure you have the right information for this ballot. But you've got 3 business days. Mm-hmm. So technically that could be Wednesday.
And you're already after the deadline at that point.
Yeah, Wednesday, you're trying, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Wednesday would be the time in which it would be a cutoff for them to have corrected that ballot. Is that correct?
Well, no. So the cutoff would be 11:59. I would be stuck either rejecting or accepting that application as it existed during that 3-day period. If I did get an application, say at 8 p.m., that was wrought with errors, I could reach out to that voter and say, please resubmit this application. These are the errors, if I had some way to reach out to them in order to do that. But if I have no ability to do that, then that ballot application request will most likely get rejected.
Sure. I understand. Thank you. So, in effect, there's no way for these folks to come back and be cured or to be corrected under current statute.
Correct. With the way that it's set up now, and that's one of the reasons we advocate for a shift to 5 p.m. because that allows us to monitor the application submissions in real time and advocate for those voters that may need that those corrections or accommodations as we are working through processing them.
In your experience, could you testify to how many of those voters who are coming in late after business hours on that day, how many are ultimately successful in casting a ballot?
Gotcha. I would say that, and like I said, it's such a limited volume in Polk County, but I would say maybe half. Without seeing the data in front of me, tracking that data is completely possible. I would be able to do it because we have timestamps of when applications were submitted, as well as timestamps of when ballots were returned for that individual. I would love to compile that data, and I'll forward it along to you. But I would, if I had to guess, shot in the dark, I would guess about half.
And I guess in my mind, if I may, I'm thinking that you have a population of these voters who, by your testimony, the vast majority have already opted in. So they're kind of part of this process. They're intentional. Mm-hmm. They're working through their absentee ballot process in an intentional way. But these folks here, they still, even if they were rejected at that period of time, they still have recourse. They could vote in person on the day of the election.
Correct. Yes.
Right, and they would go, and they would have staff there, and y'all could help them to vote that day. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be one of the things that they could do. They could vote in person, or they could vote early for that remaining week of early voting, barring that they're able, of course. But yes, they do have that recourse.
Sure. I think we talked about the elderly or those folks who have physical handicaps. Obviously, we're very sensitive to. We want to take care of those good folks. That's all the questions I had. I just wanted to kind of cover that in and understand that maybe for the committee to have a feel for how big a problem this is and what the recourse is. But I appreciate you, this very thorough presentation. Very good job. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Maybe it would be a perfect topic for a housekeeping bill.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from committee? Yeah, absolutely.
A little bit of context, which, Mr. Beck, I think you did mention, but before SB 202, our deadline for absentee ballot applications was the Friday before Election Day. And that anybody who was submitting an application for an absentee ballot the Friday before Election Day, there was basically no way they were actually going to get their ballot. So, we took the good measure, I think, of making that 11 days before the election. And I just wanted to add that context because this was an issue that we were trying to harmonize the different statutes in the code. And by having it the Friday before Election Day, people were submitting their absentee ballot thinking that they were going to be able to vote absentee, but they weren't going to receive that ballot before Election Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Great point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Beck, thank you very much for being here today for your presentation and your suggestions. We appreciate your hard work and your dedication to elections in Georgia. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
The members in the audience and those who are watching us via the live stream, I wanted everybody to know that all presentations from today will be uploaded on our committee's website this afternoon, and you can access that through the Georgia House of Representatives webpage. So just wanted everybody to know that. Next, we will have the Paulding County Election Supervisor, Ms. Deidre Holden.
Good morning. I just want to thank Noah for making me feel like an election dinosaur since he don't know what a fax machine is. Thank you. So I don't want y'all to panic because I know that my presentation is not 4 slides like Noah's. It's over 30, but we're going to get through it, okay? I'm a very, very simple person, okay? So I'm not going to sit here and spout out election code because you all know election code. I want to talk to you about things that I hear from our voters, that I hear from you, that I hear from my colleagues. I want you to take just a second and look over my shoulder. These people, they're here because of elections. Their voice needs to be heard. No matter what their thoughts are, they need to be heard. And I think that I would go as far as saying 8 years ago, you wouldn't have had this many people out here. But elections have now become the forefront for our state. People watch us, they learn from us, and I think it's important that we hear them and that we hear their voice and that we try to do everything we can to make that voice be heard. I also want to say that I am not speaking on behalf of the Gabrielle Association. I'm speaking to you as an election director in one of the counties in the state of Georgia. A little bit about us. We are about 35 miles northwest of Atlanta. We have a population of 189,000. We have 141,649 voters. We currently have 21 polling locations, 3 advanced voting locations. We have a 5-member board of election. I have 5 full-time staff. And I've been serving the voters of Paulding County for 21 years. And I have also been working for Paulding County for 29 years. I serve on the United States Election Assistance Commission for the Local Leadership Council. So serving on a local level and on a federal level, you see a lot of things, and that's some of the things I want to talk to you about today. When I study, my mechanism is the who, what, when, where, why, and how process. And that is what I want to talk to you today, but I also use the KISS process too. So I say keep it simple, sugar, okay? So that's my philosophy. The who, you can all see, is yourself, the General Assembly, the Secretary of State, the State Election Board, the Georgia election officials, and the Georgia voters. There's a lot of moving parts to elections, a lot more than people would believe. So I think it's important that we all work together to make sure that those parts function well together. The most important part of this is the Georgia voter. We work for the voters. Some of you that are sitting up here, you're elected by the voters. So I think it's very important to hear what they have to say. Over my tenure, I've seen a lot of confusion where we need consistency. But one of the most important things is we need to realize that elections is not a one-size-fits-all. What works in your larger metro counties will not work in my county. And it definitely won't work in Polk County or Lee County. So we need to try to come up with some options of how we work together to make that work. We need to, so many times I've seen legislation pass where we're giving the voter something, only a couple of years later to take it back. And we need to stop that. We need to have some good laws in place. The code book needs to be gone through. Like Noah said, it still references DREs. We haven't had DREs since 2019. So I think that it needs to be brought up to date, and we need to, everybody get a better understanding of that. The what, this is all of our ultimate goal, is that we have safe, secure, transparent, trusted, successful elections for all voters. There's nothing that bothers me any more than knowing that the process is not trusted. It is so important that we do our jobs in a way that we invite people into our offices. We want people to come watch the process. Some of the biggest complainers that I have had in my tenure, they're now poll workers for me. And then they come to me at a later time and say, I never had an idea of what went on to putting into an election. And you have a poll worker for life, but you got to show them the process. The when is now. I always, in my simple mind, think, okay, so when it's not a big election year, that's when the General Assembly is going to hit the ground and they're going to pass some great election laws that we implement into the next big election year. But we're not seeing that. It's just time that we start doing this, and I appreciate what you're doing because I see that you're making an effort to hear our voices and the voters' voices to get these changes in place and hit the ground running with them because that's what our voters deserve. The where is very obvious. Our state is one of the best states it is the best state in the nation. And some of my staff members and I, we've been going through the SARA program, which is a federal election certification. We've been all over the United States, and we've been with election workers from all over the United States. And when they hear that we are from Georgia, they cling to us. They ask things. They want to know what is going on, how we do things, and that makes me feel good. Some of these people are taking notes, and they're implementing our processes into their state. So I think that speaks a lot for the Georgia election officials. Did we just blow something up? I just need to know. Okay. Okay. So here's the why. When I look at this, I want you to know that in my position, when I think about one voter coming in and voting, they are entrusting me to make sure that their vote counts. And I'm going to do everything to make sure that it does. Voting is one of the most precious fundamental rights that we have, and it should be taken seriously. If you will allow me, I would like to ask all of the election officials that are here to stand up right now, please. These people that stood up behind me, I just want to say this. We have laughed together, we have cried together, we have complained together, but there's not one of these people that stood up behind me that I know would not have my back in a crisis. We're there for each other, but most importantly, we are there for our voters. We need that voter confidence, successful elections, consistent and reasonable election code and SEB rules. When our voters come to cast their vote, they should never leave there with a doubt in their mind that their vote's going to count. They should leave there with confidence, and it's very unfortunate that we're not seeing that. The how, y'all don't get mad at me, but I'm saying this. Get the politics out of the process. We need a good bipartisan togetherness that you're not looking at what party you're representing. You're looking at representing the people, the voters, and that's what we need. It's not about, if we do this, am I going to lose my race? Is my campaign going to go south? It's about doing what is right for our voters and for the state of Georgia. We need to listen to the voters, as I said before, and we need to listen to these guys and ladies that stood up behind me, because we do this every day, and I think that's what you're doing with this committee, and it is appreciated. Again, I say this, that it is not a one-size-fits-all process. What works in Fulton and Cobb and DeKalb and Gwinnett, it doesn't work for me. What works for me doesn't work for Veronica in Lee County and Noah in Polk County. So we've got to come to some kind of plan where we have some options, we have some input from our boards to make the decisions if we're going to vote on Saturday, if we're going to vote on Sunday, and we do have that now. But Saturday is in the code, Sunday is optional. If we had Sunday voting in Paulding, we may have 2 people show up, and we have a medium-sized county. So I want to get into my topics. This is a quote, and that is not a typo. That is the way this woman spells her last name. But it says, "I believe voting leads to better citizens, so I think it's important to make it as easy as possible to register." I think you all would agree with me on that. But on my side of it, we have some problems. And the first one I want to address is the Department of Driver Services. When the law passed for the Department of Driver Services to have the opt-out of voter registration, we started seeing a lot of problems. Nobody explains to these people, y'all have all been to the DMV, they want you in, they want you out, and you want the same. We have a huge process where we see more felons registering, not knowing they're registering. You see individuals that don't want to register that get registered. A lot of non-citizens are registering, and it's producing so many duplicate applications. The DDS sends out incorrect information, And if you will, I didn't provide copies because of personal information, but there was a voter that just recently registered in Paulding County through DDS. And she is as American as I am, but because of the way the DDS put her information in, she is flagged as a non-citizen. So when I have to send that letter out saying, hey, we got a problem with your application, it's showing you're a non-citizen, that's kind of upsetting to some people. So I believe that we can do better by offering the opt-in process. This also places a huge financial burden on us. Postage continues to go up. And you're looking at, sending the precinct card, it comes back. We have to send letters, they come back. The code says we have to send it to the address that they're registered at. In Paulding, we go above and beyond. If we have a forwarding address, we will send it to them. If we get an address out of state, I have a little card we send out that says, have you moved? Do you want to be registered anymore? And we get a good return on that, but not all counties do that. One of the biggest issues we are seeing with the DDS is the physical address requirement. Code requires you to provide your physical address when you register to vote. I'm sure in this crowd somebody could pull out their driver's license and their address would be their P.O. box or a mailbox store. I cannot register you at the P.O. box or at a mailbox store. But when you call these people or you reach out to these individuals to say, hey, we got to register you at your physical address, they don't want to give it. So it is an issue, and the DDS is allowing this to happen because they are saying, hey, my address is P.O. Box 100, and they're accepting that. And I think that is an element of safety as well when it comes to that officer that's walking up to that car not knowing where that person resides. But I have listed the code section in my presentation for you all, but I think this is a serious thing we need to look at. We need to go back to the opt-in, and there needs to be some kind of flashing screen that says, hey, you're about to register to vote. If you don't, skip it. But we are seeing so many felons and non-citizens, it's becoming a problem. The next thing I want to talk about is people that register at the Department of Family and Children's Services and public health registrations. I know that when people seek public help, they are in a crisis. And when you're in a crisis and you need help, you're not going to be paying attention to the stack of paperwork that you have to fill out. I believe that no one is explaining to these people, you need to fill this piece of paper out, but in that packet is a voter registration application. I believe that these individuals feel that if they don't complete every piece of that paperwork, they're not going to get the services that they need for themselves and their family. You see a lot of felons registering through this process, as well as a lot of non-citizens. There again, financial burden with all the contact we have to make. I don't think there is any guidance at any of the registration sites that we have except for our election offices. I think that it is important, I don't know, and I can ask Blake, but I believe with all the registration sites that we have to accept applications from for voter registration, I believe that the Secretary of State, and Blake, if y'all are doing this, please let me know, but I think there needs to be an annual training given by the Secretary of State to these entities so we don't get so many applications that's illegible, that they're not citizens, that they're we get applications from people, I don't know how they get them, they're 14 years old. But the thing is I think that if there was some good training for these registration entities, we would see a lot less issues on our side of it with voter registration. So now we're going to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart. Some may agree with me, some may not, but a couple of years ago, we're going to talk about our UOCAVA voters. That's our overseas citizens and our military. I come from a grandfather who fought in World War II. He was a tank driver. And from the time I was a very, very little girl, he would sit me in his lap and tell me of the importance of voting. I've always voted, and I want my children and my grandchildren to always vote. I think that is something we never need to take for granted. So I think it's important that we look at the way our UOCAVA voters are returning their ballots. A couple of years ago, we had a Gabrielle Day at the Capitol, and we were all sitting in a room there in the Capitol, and it was very crowded. And I had a lady from another county sitting beside me, and she was very concerned about how our Uocava voters, their ballots are not getting counted as they should. And she shared a story with me and she shared it with the group, that she had several of her soldiers have to pay over $100 to get their ballots back to that county, which I think is absolutely absurd. Our soldiers are over there fighting for the freedoms that we have, and I think that we should make voting easy for them. Most of the time when those soldiers take that money to make sure that ballot's going to get back, most of the time it doesn't reach us until 2 or 3 days, maybe a week after the election, and that's very sad. I would like to ask this committee to consider that we allow electronic voting for our Uocava voters. I have done some research. 31 states are already doing this in some form of electronic voting, including the District of Columbia. Some even go as far as allowing their disabled and elderly to return their ballots electronically. And when I say electronically, I'm not talking about some kind of big computer system. Electronic can be fax that no one knows nothing about, or it can be emailed to us. But there's also portals that are out there that they use that they can return their voted ballot to us that way. I know this is new to y'all hearing this, but it's something that I want to advocate for, because it's not right for those over there fighting overseas that can't be here at home to cast their vote, paying that amount to get their ballot back when most of the time it does not. I would like to ask this time, Lacey, if you don't mind, will you grab that? I want to show y'all something, because when you talk about me being the director of elections for Paulding County and I have 141,000 voters, it reaches much further than that. So I want to show you this. This is something that we do in our election office. In Paulding County, it does touch the world. All of these pins represent where we send ballots in this world. And we keep up with this because it's important. And it should be important to you all, because that's a lot of people. And this doesn't represent one voter. Each pin represents many voters. Because most of the time when you have... Can we see? Oh, sure. When you have voters overseas, sometimes their family's with them. So there's more than one ballot going to that person. I know one of the things that when you talk about doing an electronic ballot return is the secrecy of that ballot. But there has to be trust when it comes to the election officials and the people that's handling these ballots in our office. I did notice in my research that the state of Utah allows the electronic ballot return, and they have to sign a waiver that they're possibly giving up the secrecy of their ballot. But it's no more than us sitting around a table, opening paper absentee ballots, seeing the envelope it came out of, knowing where it came from. This is something that I really want y'all to seriously consider. I would love to pilot something like that if we can just come up with the process, but our soldiers deserve this. Our overseas citizens deserve this, so I would really like for you to consider that. Now we're going to talk about something that drives me crazy, which is runoff elections. But why? Here are just some suggestions. I don't know how many counties are represented in this room, but I know in Paulding County we're seeing an increase in property taxes. And people want to know where their money's being spent. And I think our county money should be spent, for our public safety, our parks and rec, water, seniors, not runoff elections. Some possible ideas, and I'm probably going to get some boos for this, but plurality instead of majority for elections, lower the majority percentage to be successful in an election, ranked choice voting. I know it's not popular, but we're already doing this with our Uocava voters, okay? So we know it's working for them. And one thing that I was very thankful for in this last Public Service Commissioner race was we had 21-2-270 that allowed us to only have to open one early voting location in one precinct because of the percentage turnout that we had. So I want to just give you an example of how much the Public Service Commissioner election cost Paulding County. Out of the 142,000 voters we had, 1,043 people cast their votes. That was a 1.47% turnout. It cost Paulding County $70,000 for 1,043 votes. We had 3 early voting locations open and 21 polling locations open. That was $67.11 per vote. Now, the next one you'll see is if we had to, without 270 applied, and we would have had to have opened all 21 precincts, 1 early voting location, what we had turnout on the runoff election was 533 voters. That cost us $65.67 per vote had that not been applied. The last one is the one that it was applied. Our board decided that it was best for all that if we just have the 1 early voting location, the 1 precinct open. You can see the 533 was cast, and that cost went down a lot. It cost us $13,675, $25.66 per vote. The runoff elections they take a big bite out of our budgets, and we have to come up with a solution for this, whether it be, lowering the percentage of turnout, rewriting 270 to apply it to more elections. That is something that has really been a burden for all of us. The next thing I want to talk to you about is special elections. Who doesn't love a good special election? Currently, our even-numbered years, we have elections on the 3rd Tuesday in March, the date of the general primary, and the 1st Tuesday after the 1st Monday in November. In the odd-number years, we have the 3rd Tuesday in March, the 3rd Tuesday in June, the 3rd Tuesday in September, and the 1st Tuesday after the 1st Monday in November. What I would like to see is that you do away with odd-numbered year special elections. The only way you would need to have one is if there is a death or a resignation. If there should be a special election in an odd-numbered year, you can tag that onto a municipal election and save a lot of money. Special elections just, if you have a standalone, it costs a lot of money and you don't have the return for what you're putting into it. So that is something I would like to see y'all consider. This is something that may be frowned upon, but I thought while I had the microphone, why not? We all talk about accessible voting and convenient voting for our voters, but it seems like we don't really want to do anything about it. I would like to propose, and I'm not going to say vote center because that's not what it would be. Early voting we have for 21 days, 2 Saturdays, and everybody can go wherever they want to vote, and they're still accounted for in the precinct they're assigned. Why can we not do this on Election Day? You have the single mom that's working in Atlanta that needs to get home to her kids that's having to come in from a different direction. Why can she not pull into whatever polling location she wants to and vote? Paulding County is a county where most people travel outside to work. If we make this convenient for our voters, you're going to encourage people to vote. Most people don't vote because it's inconvenient for them. I know we give them, 21 days, 2 Saturdays, we have absentees, but, when you're trying to raise a family and get home and do the things outside of your job, voting's not a priority, but if you make it easy for them, it would be. We have the capability of doing this, and I can tell you why, because I experienced it. For this June election, we had a polling location that was kind of taken from us because it's going to be given to another department. So we had to do an emergency move, so we moved those voters across the street to another polling location. So we were thinking, oh my God, we got to keep everything separate, we got to have 2 sets of poll pads, all this. No, we have the capabilities. We used 1 set of poll pads, we used the same voting machines, and guess what? It worked. And all those voters that were from the precinct that got closed and the one that we used, they were all accounted for. I just think that if people can stop by wherever they want and cast their vote in their county that they're registered, we would really encourage some voting and some voter turnout. Let's talk about the state election board. I would love to see us go back to the 90-day, no changes, 90 days prior to an election. We did graciously get 75 when all the chaos was going on in 2024. And I know for a lot of people, 90 days seems like a long time, but for an election official, it's a blink of an eye. In Paulding, we start planning for elections 9 months out to make sure everything goes the way it should. I just would like to see this go back to 90 days. We spent 2024 in a state of confusion because of what the state election board had implemented. We didn't know, had we trained our poll workers right? Were we going to have to retrain them? I just think that if this would be reconsidered, it would be greatly appreciated from most of the election officials in this state. I think a lot of things that happened with the state election board is politics got involved, and that was not good for any of us. So I would really like for y'all to consider to go back to the 90 days of making changes. Even the smallest change can upset an entire election office and the entire process. Some of us start training, months ahead of election day. We have to, and then you're going to have to bring them all back in and teach them something else. So please take that into consideration. Another thing I would like to suggest is a revamp of the state election board, and I know that you all have control of that. One thing that I think that would be beneficial is to add the Secretary of State election division back to that table. They are the ones we get our guidance from. They are the ones who directs us through these elections, and I think that their input is very important to the state election board. I would like to see a support committee created for the state election board that consists of election officials to educate the state election board on election issues that they may not understand. And then another thing I would like to say while I'm talking about the state election board is they need some funding for more investigators, because there are cases that's taken 3, 4, 5 years to hear, and that is unacceptable. Unless you have somebody on the state election board that you know that you can say, hey, we have a case coming up, let's see if we can expedite that, you have to sit and wait. You have to sit and wait. So in my final remarks, I do want to talk about unity and teamwork, that we are all working for the same purpose, and that is for these successful elections throughout our state. That includes, as I said before, the General Assembly, the Secretary of State, the State Election Board, and the election officials. I do want to talk about voter outreach and education on a statewide level. One of the saddest things that happens is when we get people that walk up to us and say, I didn't know there was an election going on. That happened so many times during this past special election. I think that, and I put my own quote in here, it's our duty as election officials to educate our voters so they will be confident and successful in casting their vote. An uneducated voter is an unsuccessful voter because they don't know what's going on when things are happening, and it's our job to show them that. Some of the outreach things, I didn't bring one for all of you because I didn't have any more, but in 2022, I created, along with the staff, a voter education guide, and this went to every household in our county that had registered voters, okay? We got a lot of compliments on this because it gives election dates. It talks about voting absentee. It gives a list of our county departments. It gives all the election dates. How do you vote? Early by mail, early, vote by mail. We stress to them the importance of submitting their ballot and it being correct. What ID do I bring to the poll? I can pass this around if you want to look at it. But this is a very successful tool that we use. It's also an expensive tool for our county. We sent out about 60,000 of those, and it cost about $33,000. The other tool that we used in 2024, because that was a little bit expensive, and everybody knows that their budgets are tight. But we sent out what we call our Reach the Peach postcard. And this, again, went to every household with registered voters. It gave all of our election dates, early voting dates, Saturday voting dates, absentee deadlines, but it also contained a QR code where the person that gets this can scan it and go straight to My Voter page. They can register there, they can request a ballot, and that was a successful tool. It was not quite as expensive as that tool, but it was about $23,000, so I'll pass that around as well. And we do plan on doing that, but we were hoping, because that is a huge hit, that maybe the Secretary of State could have a statewide voter outreach. Now, I don't know if this is going to work, and my staff's probably going to kill me, and I may need some assistance from you, but I have a video there where the square is. My staff's saying it's okay. But I want to show y'all this. This is just a tool. Is it going to work? I hope it does, because I love to embarrass my staff. But community outreach is important to Paulding, so I would like for you to see this, if he can get it to work. He may not be able to. This is a PDF version, so I don't think the video's on this. Oh. Okay, I'll send it to y'all. Y'all been saved this time. But we go out to our chambers and our Rotary clubs, and we speak about elections. Oh, look, he's going to get it. There we go. I hope you can see this. Need some sound. He may not do it. I'll keep going. If he finds it, we'll play it. But one of the suggestions that I would like to make is that you provide adequate funding for the Secretary of State to have a voter outreach program that reaches all Georgia voters, not just the ones in the counties that can afford these outlets, but the ones that can, that cannot, that needs to get out into the community. It may not work. So anyways, whoa, here we go. We'll pause for a minute so you can see this.
Lacey, first penalty of the day. How do I know if I'm eligible to play? I mean, vote. And once I'm in the game, where's my phone location?
You can call our office, 770-443-7503. You can also visit www.mvp.sos.ga.gov. And you can also ask those questions when you call our office to see where you will go vote. And you can find your voting location on the My Voter page as well.
Sheree, penalty. Who is eligible for an absentee ballot? And how do we get one?
That's super easy. So you can go on our website, find our email and our phone number, call us during business hours. Anybody that's registered to vote can request an absentee ballot. You can also go to the My Voter page for the Secretary of State at mvp.sos.ga.gov.
Jessica, this is the question of the day. Everybody's concerned. How do I know that my vote counts?
So, after you print your ballot off of the machine, you'll review your choices and you'll take it to the scanner. You will scan it in and you'll watch the total number move up one, and it'll say cast ballot. This ensures that your vote has been counted.
Deidre, we've all got a question. How do we cast our votes?
That's easy, man. We got elections made easy for everybody. You can cast your vote October the 15th through November 1st here at the Watson Government Complex from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The week of October 28th through November 1st, we have Bert Hickory Park Dine Right Innovation Center open. We'll extend the hours on the 29th and 30th to 7 p.m. at all three locations. Don't forget about casting an absentee ballot. You can cast those up until October 25th till 11:59 p.m.
Hopefully I'll change that.
About the big game day, Election Day, November 5th. All 21 voting locations will be
So with that being said, we can do that in our county. We have the resources. We have, a media team that makes us look good. All this is on YouTube. We put it on. But there are counties that cannot do this. And I would love to see a statewide voter outreach program for the Secretary of State to take over and get it out to all of our voters. We can assist with that. We try to help the Secretary of State's office as much as we can. But I think that we should launch a campaign where everybody knows what their options are. When we had our board meeting this past Wednesday, one of our board members made a suggestion because the news media will report things sometimes that's not true, whether y'all believe that or not. But one of the biggest things that we get caught up in is there are those counties that extend the hours of early voting from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That counts for them. So the news media gets a hold of that, and they think all of the locations, every county's doing that. So we need to make sure we're getting consistent and correct information. So one of my board members, who is a retired school teacher, she said, when school is, out for snow, which all of our kids wait for, they always run that ticker along the bottom, that we might possibly could work with our news media outlets to have us to be able to call in, and it would be saying Paulding County early voting 8 to 5. We've got to get the information out that is correct, because what one county's doing, not all counties are doing, and that creates confusion. Another thing that we've learned about through going through the SARA program, the state of, not the state, but the District of Columbia, you have a lot of people that are serving felony sentences that are not eligible to vote. But when they serve that sentence, they don't know what to do. And there again, when they are being sentenced, they don't care about their voting rights being lost. They're going to jail. Something bad's happening to them, and I don't think it's explained to them. And then another thing is, when they're reporting to their probation officer and they come off probation and they've served their sentence, I don't think anybody is truly explaining to them, hey, you can go register to vote. So the Returning Citizens Program is what they use in the District of Columbia, and I've included the link there for you to look at it. But I think we do need a better service to returning citizens that want to vote, because I'm just telling you from experience, one thing that we don't like to deal with is when somebody comes to vote and they come up in the system as they're a felon. They can get very belligerent. But we have to deal with that. But I'm just saying, people that have served their sentence, that they are back into society and they want to vote, we need to have better education on how they need to do that, and that may start with our probation offices. So in closing, let's talk about elections matter, and here's all the key components to it. We have to work together, and this is why. It's for our voters, our county election officials, and our future generation, because it's important that we instill into our children and grandchildren the importance of voting and their voice being heard. So again, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I know I've rambled a little bit, but I spoke from the heart, and if you have any questions, I will be glad to entertain those at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Holden. That was a great presentation. We appreciate the hard work you and your team do every day. So I'll recognize Representative Monahan for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Y'all hear me? Very good. Well, thank you for being here. We are awful proud, as somebody who's from Paulding County, who has the pleasure of sitting on this committee, for your work.
Thank you.
And I tell you, you have established yourself as, an arbiter of the doing things the right way.
Thank
and
you.
We appreciate all that. That's something that has been very helpful to me. If I've had questions, I could come to you and ask you. And I really appreciate the way that you presented this information today as well.
Thank you.
It was very detailed.
Yes.
And so I've tried to make some detailed questions, but just thank you for your service. Thank you to that office in Paulding County, of whom I see sometimes when I go to pay my taxes through the windows. I wave at you if you're there. Thank you for all you do. I just want to start there.
Thank you, and thank you for what all you do.
Well, I did want to start with the opt-in process with DDS. And let me turn to that slide here, if I can find it. I think it was. All right, I'm getting there. You got a lot of slides here.
It's okay.
That's a good thing. Okay, so it's, so talk to me about this opt-in. I understand that folks who are going to get a license who may be a felon, especially in Paulding County where you have folks that are leaving the detention center and going down a flight of stairs, in that parking lot is the Department of Driver Services right there. So, they're interested in getting a, license or some sort of identification. Can you tell me about what you see maybe just in Paulding County to that effect?
And Lacey is the one who does our data entry, but she is constantly bringing things to me from the DDS. Opt-in means you check a box and say, I want to register to vote. If you're asking me to opt into something, I'm going to look at it. But when you're saying, oh, you have to opt out, people are just wanting to get through that. But we are seeing, and yes, felons can get driver's license. Yes, non-citizens can get driver's license. But the DDS is not vetting, especially the non-citizens, and they're coming over because those people are not opting out. They're just checking all the boxes, getting their picture made, and moving on. So we're seeing a lot of felons come across, a ton of duplicate voters, and also a lot of the non-citizens are coming over because I think people just don't know what to do. I think opt-out confuses more than opt-in. I would say, because right now we've gotten through this runoff election, we probably have about 4,200 DDS applications to process. And I would probably say a third of those are duplicate voters that we should never even see. It's one thing to fill out a paper card thinking that you may not be registered and that be a duplicate. But I just think that if we do an opt-in instead of an opt-out, I think you're going to see a better change in this without bogging down our system, our voter registration system. I think that it would probably be some work on the side of DDS to maybe make the print larger. They need to do something to make sure people understand you're registering to vote at this point of the application process. So I hope that answers what you wanted to hear.
I think it does. I have some follow-up questions as we go on here. So tell me about the physical address. I know that was, I'm trying to remember if that was in 202 where that change was made. You had said if it's a P.O. box, it's pretty simple to know that is or isn't a permanent address, because it's a P.O. box. But if they're voting from a commercial location, how are you able to define those? Or do you have a running list? Is there some program that's able to determine that for you?
So what we do in Paulding is, okay, a P.O. box, we have people that register to vote in Paulding that live in Paulding, but they may have a P.O. box in Fulton County. So we don't like to kind of depend on that. But when it comes to what the law says, that they have to provide that physical address. A mailbox store, they're all over the place now. But what I'm trying to say is that it's hard to determine. We have to base things on homestead exemption, but as we're seeing an uptick in rentals, they don't have a homestead exemption. So, the law is very clear. It says, it's where you have your homestead exemption. I'll take it as far, go back years and years of Secretary of State's offices. Where are you laying your head? Where are you laying your head? People go through things. They might have to move out of the county for a temporary reason, but we got to know where they're living in order to precinct them so they can vote for the correct representatives in their elections. But people are very, they don't want to provide that sometimes. And when that happens, we have to reject that voter. We have to take it before the board and say they will not provide a physical address.
Thank you. outside of those P.O. box cases, there's no programmatic way, there is no list of these mailbox type locations, or is there? Is that something y'all track internally?
Yes, we track that internally.
You
We pretty much know the ones, but we also have it in our system that it is like a mailbox store.
Okay.
And I do want to say something, going back to the felons registering through the DDS. The law states that, if you're serving a felony conviction and you attempt to register to vote, that is an additional, felony. Those have to be forwarded to the district attorney for a criminal prosecution. And there again, those people serving those felony convictions, they don't know they're registering to vote. They're just signing their name and checking the boxes, and it becomes a legal issue for them.
Sure. Thank you for that. That was a question I had. I wanted to ask you, in Paulding, what is the scope of that issue right now? Would you say on a quarterly or yearly basis, how many of those kinds of issues are you having to forward at that point?
We have those issues every week. I mean,
Wow.
it's when Lacey's processing, she's always giving me saying, okay, this is a felon. Now we get a report from the state, from the Department of Corrections, that gives us our active felons. But when we get something like that, we go a step further. We reach out to our probation office. We give the information they need, and they tell us if they're active and when their sentence expires. So we know for sure that that person is still serving an active sentence. But we get felons every week. I just sent 3 to the district attorney yesterday.
Thank you. I think it was the next couple of pages here. It was the cost of notification. Actually, it's in the same slide here. It's the financial burden that's put on the counties for the notification requirements. Tell me, what is that, if you could approximate today, what is that costing Paulding County because of this errant information that seems again to have a high propensity for either bad information or is full of a list of voters that shouldn't be voting in the first place? What is that? What would you approximate that cost to be for Paulding County to make all these notifications?
I'll give it to you in these terms. When I first took this job, I think my budget for postage was $2,500. Because of what we're responsible for now, as things have changed through the years, my budget is $30,000 for postage.
Wow.
But we are constantly, we have to notify, if we make a change on that voter record, if we reject, if we cancel for reasons of being deceased, a felon, if people request for us to remove them from the voter rolls, we have to notify them by mail. So, there's 30, 40, 50 letters going out of our office every day, and that adds up. And then they come back, and then you got to try to find the forwarding address, so that's more additional cost. So it is, a few cents here and there adds up.
So it's not only the fixed costs, let's say, of the postage, but also a labor-intensive process for your staff, the time consumed for the county.
Yes.
And you could be double or more,
Yes.
is what you're saying, than that $30,000.
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if you will indulge me, I have just a couple more questions. I want to talk to you about, I know DDS falls under the purview of the state legislature, so those changes could be implemented if that's something that we wanted to do here. But and maybe you don't know this answer, and that's okay if you don't, because I'm going to ask a question that's maybe a little loose here. But these requirements for registration on these, I'm guessing you said DFAX, is that correct? So
Yes,
there is a
DFAX
registration
and
requirement?
yeah.
And that's where you're getting a good many of the non-citizens that are
Yes.
coming through.
Yes.
Those requirements, do you know if those are federal? My understanding was those were federal statutes that required them to, maybe that'd be SOS. That is a federal
Yes,
statute
it's
that
federal.
requires them to register.
Yes.
So we want to be able to advocate where we can.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, once these felons or non-citizens are flagged in that system, do they go into a particular type of status while this investigation is occurring or trying to find out more information? Tell me about that process again.
So when someone comes over, of course, they go into a verification process, and of course the state vets that. And if they stay, I think, and Blake, you're gonna have to help me, how many days do they say on the dashboard in pending verification? Yes, pending, indefinitely. But then if somebody doesn't provide, if there's missing information, that number is they have a certain amount of time that they have to get that information back to us.
And do they go into a active status, or is it, do they receive a notification?
Yes.
Right, which part of that budget we were talking about earlier?
Yes.
They don't immediately go into an active status, they stay pending, is that right?
That's right. And when they provide us what we've asked for, then we process them and they are an active voter. They will be able to vote.
Yeah, once they've made that
Once
verification.
Yes, once they've provided the documentation that they are a citizen, we have it in hand, then we can make them an active voter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you again for all of this work that you've done. I know this was not done quickly. This took a while, and you can tell you have a passion for this. Your staff does. And again, thank y'all so much for your testimony today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman Leverett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Echo Representative Montahan's comments on thank you for your very thorough presentation.
You're welcome.
You raised a lot of interesting issues here, and I wanted to touch on maybe two of them if I could,
Okay.
because I know I'm chewing up a lot of time here. So the opt-in and opt-out, my understanding of that is that's just expressing whether when someone applies for a license, they are automatically, without doing anything else, applying to vote, or do they have to, that would be, I guess, the opt-out. Unless you take some affirmative act, you're applying for your registration. Or if it's opt-in, that would mean you're not generally applying for the registration unless you do something affirmatively to indicate you want it.
Yes.
And I think you feel like people are just basically unknowingly applying to register when they get their driver's license because it's not either made apparent to them by the form or by the person at DDS that, oh, by the way, you're registering to vote.
Yes.
At the same time. So you feel like it would save your office and other offices much time culling the people who probably weren't trying to register, but were deemed to be automatically registering because of the way we currently structure that process now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and that's an interesting that's an interesting request, and one that I think deserves some more discussion and study. I think it was probably set up the way it was because we're trying to encourage and foster and expand the people who would register and make it easier so you don't even have to think about it. But I think your comment shows that has a cost too. So, but the other issue I was interested in, it was with State Election Board, I believe, was to create a support committee of election officials to educate the SCB on election issues they may not understand. I'm just curious how and you may not have thought it through this far, that may be a topic of further discussion, but how were you envisioning that committee would either have their opinion solicited or could provide their opinion to the State Election Board?
So I get calls from members of the State Election Board when they have issues that they don't quite understand, or there's a law that they want to know how, we're processing that. I think that it needs to be, a broader process of having this, committee sitting there, and if the SCB does have questions or if they're struggling, they know they can reach out to one of these committee members that will walk them through the process. Our investigators, they are very good to reach out to say, hey, I've got this situation going on. How do you handle it? I just think that if there's that standing committee, we have some smart election directors in the state. And I think if I was on the State Election Board, it would make me feel good to have that resource to be able to pick the phone up and call somebody on that committee that can walk them through a process. Because election code is very difficult, and there's the shalls and the mays, and you have to walk that line, and I think it would help them if they had that resource.
So were you envisioning as a committee that the state board members could just contact prior to an actual hearing for
or
advice?
Maybe meet with them, but prior to a meeting, have the committee come in, with members of the State Election Board. If they have questions on how things are processed, have that talk. walk them through it. You know, they can meet face to face.
Were you also thinking, or would you think it might be useful if that committee could have a representative at a meeting available to either give input, or where they would almost be not really ex officio on the board, but would just be ex officio present and available to give comment?
Just be present and available. I think that would be important.
Okay. And one other question, Mr. Chairman, and then I'm done. You had also mentioned more funding for investigations, I think is a recommendation you would make to the committee. Tell me, what are these investigations of conduct by voters, or of investigations of whether different offices have handled certain procedures correctly, or both?
It would be both, because, you know, when I file a complaint or there's a complaint filed against me, it kind of gets bogged down in the system, because I don't think they have a lot of investigators, do they? Or does that still fall under you? They have two, and we do one as well. Yeah, so, I mean, 2 investigators for 159 counties, that's asking a lot.
Does the election board and the Secretary of State have investigators, or are they all under one? Are they sort of separately structured? Or the witness may not know that. That may be a...
Secretary of State investigators also do the investigations that have historically led on them. And now the state election board has 2 investigators that do investigations.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two questions. First of all, very good presentation. Thank you. Appreciate your input. I may have missed this, and if I did, I apologize for making you repeat it, but what is the total budget for your department?
Our budget's right at $2 million.
$2 million, okay. All right, and to kind of go back to the question I asked Mr. Beck earlier regarding Senate Bill 189 and compliance with the QR code restriction that is in current state statute. What are your thoughts in the absence of any other action by the legislature or the state? What would your office do in that situation?
So I'll tell you, during the 2024 election, if I answered one question about the QR code, I answered 100. I even got into a very heated discussion with a man who refused to put his ballot in the scanner until he could take a picture of his QR code to see what it said. And I informed him, I said, I'm going to allow you to we're going to step aside. I'm going to allow you to do that, because I'm going to tell you you're not going to see anything. You're going to get a blank screen. But we deal with that QR code more than we should have to. Do I think that it's feasible to have it removed by the 1st of July in 2027? I don't. I was a pilot county when the Dominion equipment rolled out. I also served on the SAFE Commission. Implementing a statewide voting system is a big deal, and it cannot be taken lightly. We traveled the state, we showed the systems. It's like Noah said, if it passes and we have to do something, we're not going to be able to afford it, and I've got a bigger budget than he does. So some of these requirements that's going to happen, y'all are going to have to give more money. You know, voting systems are expensive, but I think the removing of the QR code and any kind of barcode that would possibly be on there, I think that the voters deserve that, because they don't trust it. And they don't, they want to know what their ballot says. And until we can find a system that can read text and show that voter, you know, this is exactly which. We don't have that problem in Paulding. We do a 100% audit, and we've not been off. But when you're casting your vote and you're wondering what's in that QR code, you're going to walk out with doubt in your heart, and that's not what we're about. I don't think that it's feasible, and I know it's not affordable. You know, if it's going to be mandated for us to do, then I think the state needs to pay for it, because we can't afford it. We can't.
Let me ask it this way. If your office had to go to a hand-marked ballot type system for the next election cycle in 26, do you think that's feasible?
I've been through 4 different voting systems. I've done hand-marked paper ballots. In my opinion, I think that's where we're headed, because I think that is what our voters want. I think that's what they trust in.
Excuse me, audience, Mr. Chairman.
No, go ahead.
I think that, when they feel that bubble in, they know who they voted for. And I know that the people behind me that do this every day may not be favorable of it, but we're all resilient and we can handle it. But I've been to state election board meetings. I've heard the people stand up. I've seen the protests when we go to the Capitol. They just want assurance that who they're voting for is who they're voting for. And I think the hand-marked paper ballot is the way that that would happen for them.
Okay, just one follow-up, Mr. Chairman, and I am done. If we need to do that in 26, is your office capable of managing that for the 26 elections?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Draper.
Thank you so much for being here. I've loved working with you over the years, and I really appreciate your
It's been
feedback.
a pleasure for me as well.
So a couple things I'd like to speak with you about. First, I want to start with the DDS issue. We currently have an opt-out system. You're advocating for an opt-in system. And I appreciate you bringing up the challenges that you currently have with the system as it is right now. We moved to an opt-out system under now Governor Kemp when he was Secretary of State. He implemented that in the early 2010s, I believe. At that point, we went from a voter registration rate, which I don't know where it was, but it skyrocketed after we implemented our DDS opt-out position under his office. And we became one of the most registered states, if not the most registered state, in the country. And I give that context to say it has brought a lot of good things. It's not to say I don't hear the bad things that you're bringing up right now. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can address the things that you are bringing up without throwing out the baby with the bathwater. We do have knowledge of what would happen if we move to an opt-in system as you are proposing. In 2021, DDS accidentally became an opt-in system. So they redid their website in 2021, and there was a glitch on the website that caused, for multiple months, almost a year, us to move from opt-out, opt-in, opt-out. We moved from opt-out to opt-in, okay? So that was in 2021, and during that period, voter registrations fell precipitously in Georgia. So we don't have to guess what would happen if we change systems. We know exactly what would happen because we have those, it was 9 months to a year or something where we were operating under an opt-in system at DDS, and voter registrations fell. And so, let me ask you one question. Actually, it's a clarification, point of clarification. So when you say that people who are felons are registering, and they don't mean to register, but they're registering because they're going to DDS, they're getting their driver's license, that doesn't mean that felons are voting, does it?
No, it does not. But it gives them an additional legal issue because I have to turn them in.
Right.
And I'm not saying that the opt-in would work as opposed, I think, and we all know how much software updates cost. Could DDS do something better with their system so people know if you click this, you are registering to vote? I don't know if that would be something that we could sit down at the table with them and discuss, but something has to happen. We have to deal with a duplicate voter because every contact we make with a voter, we have to make record of it.
Yes.
With nothing changed. I just think that if people were more aware, instead of it being fine print, that they were registering to vote, the problem would be solved. I don't know, like I say, is it a flashing screen? Is it saying you're about to register to vote? If you're a felon, you shouldn't do this. If you're a non-citizen, you shouldn't do this. Something needs to be done better. Maybe better education for the DDS workers. You need to explain this to the people that are coming in and getting a driver's license or an ID card.
No, I think that's absolutely right. I think there are things that we can do to address each of your concerns that don't necessarily mean switching our system to an opt-in system rather than an opt-out system. I heard you say that 1/3 of the registrations you get through DDS are duplicates. But what are the other 2/3?
New voters. We have a huge population growth in Paulding, so we're getting a lot of new voters.
So that, and that's
you know,
wonderful. I wouldn't want to get rid of those
No.
2/3
And
that
you
are
know, their
coming in
name
through DDS.
changes, address changes, anything like that.
And I think when you're getting those address changes, name changes, whatever they are through DDS, those are people who wouldn't necessarily go to the election office
That's
and make
right.
those changes, but they're doing it because they need a new ID, and you're getting that information. That's updating the voter files. That's making the
Yes.
voter files more up to
Yes.
date.
Yes.
So yeah, I just want to make that point that I think there's a lot of good things that come with the DDS opt-out registration, but I would love to have a more in-depth conversation with you and whoever else about addressing these additional issues. Because it seems like if there were proper screening, so for instance, I know that DDS knows whether you're a citizen or not. Why aren't we filtering those registrations out so that you don't receive them and have to deal with that, right? Maybe that's something we can address. Maybe that's something we can do through law, or maybe through there are different ways to do that. But I think I appreciate you bringing up these administrative challenges because I would love to address those head on.
Yes. And that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, well, I would love to follow up with you about that. On the Uwakava issue, I thank you for bringing that up. I have a lot of, and I won't ask them all here, but the issue that your suggestion that they electronically return them, I assume that has some kind of security implications, right? Because we're not able to, there's a constitutional requirement that your ballot is anonymous. But how do we ensure that those ballots coming in are from the person that they're supposed to be from and that they're secure and the person's only voting once if they're anonymous? And if you could just speak a little bit to that.
Well, it would be the same absentee process. You would have to provide, your signature, your information, a copy of your ID, so we would know that it's coming from you. And as far as the voting twice, once we issue an absentee ballot, you can't vote in any other avenue. Even if you have an absentee issued to you and you go to vote early, it's going to pop up. We've issued them an absentee ballot. So it's not a voting twice issue. And I know that people are worried about electronic transactions. We send them their ballot electronically, but I know there's somebody out there smart enough to figure this out where things can't be hacked into. Like I said, most states do offer the email return or the fax return. And I know if it's working in 31 other states, I think it could probably work here. I just think it's going to be a lot of thought put into it, but like I say, I think that our overseas citizens, our soldiers, deserve this. I mean, to take it a step further, nothing's more upsetting to me than when we put an election to rest and, we've certified it, and here comes the mail 2 weeks later, and there's a military ballot.
Right.
And our postal service, I mean, they have shown some improvement, but I have gone nose to nose with them because we have a system that issues our ballots that we can track the ballot from the time we issue it till the time it's back in our hands, and the voter can track that as well. But I believe it was in the May primary of 2024, we were getting ballots back. We got a ballot back from the Postal Service that was from the May 2022 election. Now you tell me where that ballot's been for 2 years. Our voters deserve better than that.
So the idea, just break it down for me. How do you submit it electronically? How does that happen?
The ballot to return it to us, they would have to, fax it back to us. They could email it back to us, or if we had a portal similar to the portal that we send them out, that would be the way that we could do it.
But do they receive something, print it out, fill it out, and then they're sending it back to you by
They have
portal?
to mail it back to us now, the way that it is. They can get it electronically delivered through the portal. They print it out, they vote it, they send it back to us via mail. So I would like to see something better. I know it's not going to happen tomorrow, but I think it would be something worth looking into for our overseas citizens and our military.
Okay, that's awesome. And then last question, you mentioned, being able to vote within your county anywhere on election day. What I've seen in my county is there's a lot of early voting locations that are not precinct locations, and then on election day, either people are going to those early voting locations because they think they're still voting there and there isn't, or the other way around. They're going to an early vote and they're going to their precinct, but there's no location there. So I love that idea, just as a matter of practicality and voter access. Just if you could just elaborate a little bit on your experience, how we would do that with the equipment that we currently have.
So currently, I mean, it's just a matter of how the election is built. Like right now, you go into early vote, you go in, you show your ID, you're issued a card. Well, that card is programmed to what your polling location is and your representatives that you're going to vote for. And we keep up with it. At the end of the day, when Lacey balanced, she can tell you how many people voted at the Burnt Hickory Park precinct early, how many people voted, at High Shoals Church. So it can be done. It's just basically you're extending the process for early voting to election day. We know it can be done. We went through it with this past election we had when we had the emergency come up where we had to shift 7,500 voters to another polling location. The system we have now works. It can do that. It's the way you program the poll pads. It's the way that you program the memory cards for the scanners that the ballots are going into. I see that it's easy, but there's a lot smarter people in here than me. But if it's working for early voting, why can it not be extended to election day and offer that convenience to those voters where they can just pull in, cast their vote, and go home?
And then last comment, your educational materials were phenomenal and I think should be an exemplar for all counties. They were amazing.
Thank you. The voter guide, I actually won the Cleary Award, a federal award for that in 2022, so we was very proud of that.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Ms. Holden, thank you very much for your presentation today. Thank you for your suggestions that you rose to this committee. It gives us a lot to discuss and think about as we move forward. We appreciate your hard work and your dedication to Georgia elections.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
an honor. Thank you.
All right, committee, we are going to take a break for lunch. Committee and staff lunch is down the hall to the right, at the end of the hall on the left. We will break until 1:30. 1:30, we will start back promptly. We have quite a bit to get through this afternoon, so we'll see you all at 1:30. Thank you. Everybody had a good lunch, and we're ready to get back at it. Just to let everybody know, we have 3 more speakers and obviously questions from the committee. We do have a hard 4 o'clock cutoff in this room, so we're going to try to get through them as quick as we can. So hopefully we do have ample amount of time for public comment. But we will now hear from Ms. Veronica Johnson. She is the supervisor of the Lee County Elections and Board of Registration. Ms. Johnson, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I could just say ditto because I too had a 3.5-hour drive through Atlanta, so I feel your pain. But since I'm up here, I'm going to forge ahead. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak before this esteemed panel on the election insight, thoughts, and ideas I've gained from being part of the Georgia election community. My name is Veronica Johnson, and I serve as the Director of Lee County Elections and Registration in Lee County. I've served in this position for Lee County for 25 years. I've been able to participate in many historic elections, many frenzied elections, and I've always felt privileged to serve the citizens of Lee County. I want to provide some background on Lee County in the Southwest Georgia region so you might better understand how my opinions have been shaped. Lee County is located in Southwest Georgia. Following the 2000 census, Lee County had a 52% growth. This was largely influenced by our school system, and growth stemmed from people moving slightly north from Dougherty County for school and housing opportunities. Lee County has continued to show positive growth in the 2010 and 2020 census counts, although not as substantial. This is in direct contrast with most counties in the Southwest Georgia area. Current population estimates have Lee County with a population of 24,000 active voters. No, current population estimates have Lee County with a population of 33,592. And of that population, 24,000 are active registered voters. Lee Countyans turn out to vote, and we typically have a higher voter turnout than the statewide average. This makes us proud. This map is from the U.S. Census Bureau, and it's based on population growth from the 2020 census data. Lee County is a spot of green in the bottom left-hand corner that's kind of surrounded by the other counties in red. When I received the invitation from Chairman Fleming to speak with no directions on topics, I was excited. I knew what areas of concern that I and the Lee County Board of Elections and Registration had, but I reached out to my fellow counties in Southwest Georgia to see what major concerns they had, and our areas definitely overlapped. Today, I'd like to use my time to put before you 3 main topics for your thought and consideration: voter awareness and opportunities, the current state of drop boxes, and the upcoming voting equipment changes and future rollouts. I feel very safe in saying that every election director and Board of Elections in the state of Georgia all strive to do the best job possible. Our main goal is to provide a pleasant and efficient environment where voters feel safe to cast their vote and trust the outcome is correct. Our goal is always to have every eligible voter participate in every election. Is this possible? Yes. Is it probable? Probably not. Will I see it during my career? No. Because voters have the right to choose whether to participate or not, the best we can do is to make sure they are informed of the opportunities to participate. Each county continues to prepare for large turnouts when, as directors with experience, we know our hopes will fall short. We do not want low voter turnouts. We do not want to feel like we've not been good stewards of taxpayer dollars. We don't like to answer to county commissioners on the rising cost of payrolls and elections. In 2024, Dougherty County, our neighbor, and Lee County partnered together in hopes of increasing voter registration awareness and advanced voting turnout. We had 2 videos produced to use on social media platforms and PSAs with our local media outlets. I'd like to share these 2 videos with you.
Voting's about
moves pretty fast these days. We're all busy, just trying to find time to get things done. More waiting? No one wants that. So, skip the lines and avoid the wait by voting early. Visit mvp.sos.ga.gov to find your local polling station. Early voting starts 3 weeks prior to an election. Your vote is your voice. Make it heard. Vote early.
Our hopes with the videos were to inform and energize our voters and hopefully see an increase during the advanced voting period. In Lee County, we strive hard to make sure the advanced voting period is very well utilized. We need for it to be, to keep our 10 Election Day precincts from having lines on Election Day. We always want fast and smooth voting. We also want to be able to get bang for our buck when we're expending payroll dollars. Although Lee County does have decent advanced voting turnouts in big elections, we struggle with municipal elections and special elections. OCGA 212385 sets the timeline for advanced voting. This timeline is rigid, with Sundays being the only day left to the discretion of local boards and directors. My question, as well as many of my peers, is there any room for flexibility? As I previously stated, we want everyone to vote, but we know that that's not happening. We realize the importance of having a statewide voting system and continuity in most procedures, but can we move past the one-size-fits-all when it comes to our needs? I contacted GMA last week and asked for a list of municipalities and their current populations. I was supplied with data and quickly learned that 73% of the municipalities in Georgia have a total population of less than 5,000. That's total population, not registered voters. 85% of the municipalities have a total population below the total number of registered voters I have in Lee County. While 8 municipalities have a very different need than the rest of the 529 cities and towns, we're all held to the same time frame. To point, the 2 municipalities located in Lee County are Leesburg with 2,300 registered voters and Smithville with under 400 registered voters. Compare those numbers with Atlanta or Macon or Savannah. The next 3 slides I have present voting totals for Lee County in 3 recent elections, and I've highlighted the Saturday turnout for voting during the advanced voting periods. This was a general election that we held for Leesburg and Smithville at the same time, so this is our 2 municipalities are both included in this. In 2023, on October 21st, we had 1 voter all day long on the first Saturday. The second Saturday, we had 0 voters. The city of Leesburg had a special election March 18th of this year. March 1st, 2025, we had 0 voters all day Saturday. Second Saturday, March 8th, we had 0 voters all day long. June 17th, 2025, the statewide special primary for the Public Service Commission District. May 31st, first Saturday, we had 5. Of those 5, I believe 3 were poll workers that were working at the precinct. June 7th, 2025, we had 3 voters the second Saturday. I believe most election directors and local boards would love the opportunity to discuss the issue of advanced voting timeframes. We're all master planners and spend time thinking through different scenarios and looking at past election turnout data. In Lee County, we know that Saturday turnout will never be high, so we shift and plan accordingly. We've opted to have what we refer to as pop-up locations for advanced voting. We don't have the need for full satellite locations, but we do benefit from 2 days of advanced voting on the east side and 2 days of advanced voting on the west sides of our county, in addition to our main office hours. These pop-ups are well advertised and are open from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., providing convenient neighborhood voting to parents after school pickup, to voters after working hours, and to senior citizens that want to stay close to home but still vote early. This concept's been a hit with our voters and provides an extra 20 hours of voting time outside of the typical voting hours at our main office. Remember, one of our main goals is to not have lines on Election Day, so we always strive to find new and creative ways to efficiently accomplish that goal. I can promise you, on a fall weekend, voters are non-existent on a Saturday morning, and they are all certainly homebound by noon if their dogs, tigers, or Seminoles are playing football on TV. So, would legislators be open to discussing any flexibility in current time frame that would allow us to do our jobs in a manner that best benefits and meets the needs of our voters? Could Saturdays only be required for elections when there's a state or federal candidate on the ballot? Could Saturdays be optional for municipal and special elections? Could Saturday times be abbreviated? Would 8 to 12 be an option? There needs to be discussion to determine what best fits the needs of local jurisdictions, their voters, and being good stewards of dollars. One size fits all does not always provide the best results. Potential payroll savings could be spent on other areas to increase voter awareness or benefit voters in other ways. Circling back to the videos we produced with Dougherty County, extra funding would have allowed us to purchase a media package instead of what the local media stations would eventually provide us. The time slots for PSAs were limited to late night hours. The main television station in our area refused to play the PSAs without us purchasing a media package. Lessons learned that money makes things happen. We'll continue to push for voter outreach and search for ways to put information in front of our voters. Election calendars are available through our office, local government offices, and our local libraries. But is there a funding stream, or could there be a funding stream to do more? Possibly provide more PSAs to statewide media outlets to help spread some information. Or perhaps counties could shift some payroll money that could be freed up with flexibility in small elections during advance voting to new and creative ways to encourage voters to participate in all elections. Moving on, I'd like to share my views on the current rules for drop boxes. Drop boxes were literally lifesavers during the 2020 election, with voters trying to limit interaction with others due to COVID. They also allowed voters to bypass the Postal Service and be assured that their ballot made it to the elections office prior to Election Day. Realizing there were some concerns with drop boxes, Senate Bill 202 made sweeping changes designating the number of drop boxes a county could have, the locations, and the times available. These drop boxes are now located inside areas where there are already election staff and absentee ballot clerks who are authorized and able to receive absentee ballots. In their current capacity, drop boxes provide little or no benefit to voters. One could say they actually have the potential to harm voters with increased ballot rejection rates. So I know that's a big statement, but let's walk through some scenarios to demonstrate this point. So drop box scenario 1, voter returns a voted ballot to the elections office and deposits the ballot in the drop box at 9 a.m. Ballot is not retrieved from the drop box until after the polls close during advance voting, which is probably 5 p.m. Election staff discovers that the oath envelope does not include the voter's signature, perhaps the date of birth, or even the social security number at that point. Election staff immediately tries to reach out to the voter to provide a cure for the absentee ballot. Depending on the date that the ballot is dropped off or the Postal Service delivery speed, the ballot's now in jeopardy of not being able to be counted. Drop box scenario number 2, same scenario, voter returns a voted ballot to the county elections office and deposits it at 9 a.m. Ballot's not retrieved until after the polls close and the ballot box is opened at 5. Election staff immediately discovers that the ballot they have in their possession was actually issued in another county. Perhaps it's a college student at Georgia Tech that drops it in a Fulton County drop box, thinking that it will get to where it needs to be. Traveling nurses, we have all kinds of different scenarios. People that are in rehabilitation centers, we've had those too. So election staff immediately tries to reach the voter to tell them that the ballot's been dropped in the wrong location. The ballot is immediately put in the mail to the issuing county, but once again, depending on the date the ballot was dropped in the drop box or postal service delivery speed, the ballot's now in jeopardy of not being able to be counted. Scenario 3, husband and wife both request, receive, and vote an absentee ballot. Due to concerns with timely delivery, the wife asked the husband to drop the ballot off at the local elections office on his way to work. The husband walks into the elections office, is greeted by staff, and asks, should I put this ballot in the drop box or just hand it to you? Staff immediately tells him, it's up to you, whichever way you feel most confident doing it. He decides to hand the ballot to the staff. That provides the election staff the opportunity to check the oath envelope for completeness at that moment to make sure all the required information is there, and thank the voter for coming. Election staff is then immediately at 9:02 able to date stamp the ballot, further verify the information is correct, and enter the ballot as received into the voter registration system. Like a lot of wives, we're not sure our husband always listens, so the wife decides to check to see if her husband remembered to drop off their ballots. It's 9:30 at this point. She actually logs into MVP, and she can see in real time that her ballot has not only been dropped off at the elections office, but has been marked received, and she knows her vote is going to count. So that provides a lot of security to the voter. So I've turned pages and lost my place. So if there are no changes planned to add any flexibility to drop boxes, could we consider removing drop boxes totally? The only exception could be to leaving authority for the governor to designate the ability for drop boxes to be located outside election and registrations offices or advanced voting locations during an emergency. Once again, removing drop boxes as they currently are defined in no way limits the voter's access to returning voted ballots. It actually adds protection for the voter and, more importantly, efficiency to the process. My final topic I want to touch on involves the upcoming changes to the voting system. We're all aware that QR codes are to be removed from ballots by July 2026. At this point, there has been little information shared on how this is to be implemented. Will it be an equipment tweak? Will it be a full-scale rollout of new equipment? I've had the opportunity to work long enough to see 2 rollouts of new voting equipment and 2 rollouts of new voter registration systems. I don't profess to knowing everything, but I do know that communication is the key to anything being successful. There are, at a minimum, 159 subject matter experts on elections and voter registration in Georgia. When changes are made, these people need to be included in decisions. These people are the troops on the ground, and they're the ones facing voters and answering questions. This committee obviously understands this issue, and I appreciate so much the opportunity y'all are providing to me and others to discuss issues with you. If the move is made to go in the direction of hand-marked paper ballots, I hope that we'll implement a system with ballot-on-demand printers being placed in each precinct. These printers need to be simple to operate and robust. No history of paper jam problems, and have the ability to keep our lines moving at a fast pace. We do not need to revert back to the days of having large stacks of paper ballots sent to each precinct. First, there are so many security issues with this and chances for conspiracy theorists to claim fraud. You can remember back to the days of punch cards and how in humid situations, The cards would stick together, and sometimes two would inadvertently be issued to one voter, only to be separated in the tossing of the ballot box being delivered back to the elections office, thus leaving you with one extra ballot. That's not a good situation. Sending stacks of pre-printed ballots is also a huge budget waste. Unused ballots have to be retained for 30 days and then destroyed. We face that drain now with the 10% rule for emergency ballots on hand. We are a technology-based society. We count on change and new advances being made within the election industry. We're not afraid of new ideas or safeguards. We strive to count votes in an accurate and speedy fashion. We conduct audits to verify election results. There's zero reason for any jurisdiction to hand count pieces of paper, not votes, at the end of election night. We have safeguards and checkpoints in place to make sure the number of processed voters and the number of ballots scanned match. Please help prevent laws and rules from being promulgated that only benefit partisan politics and not voters. There are certainly other issues that should be looked at and discussed, but I chose to focus on these that I see as possibly having a track to move forward on. Like I've noted, I'm not saying I have all the answers, but open dialogue and sincere discussion can hopefully provide compromises we can all agree provides equal ballot access, does no harm to the voters, and provides opportunities for the counties to meet the needs of voters in their jurisdictions while being good stewards of taxpayer funds. Thank you. I'll take any questions y'all may have.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Appreciate your willingness to be here today. We know you had a long ways to travel, but we do appreciate your presentation. Just a comment for you when you're talking about the early voting for municipalities and counties. We actually discussed that at length this year in HB 397, which was my elections bill, basically giving the municipalities and counties, just for municipal elections and county elections, the ability to opt out after having a public hearing. Because I was hearing from municipalities in my district that have very small populations, 400 and 500 population, and having nobody voting on Saturday. So hopefully this will be part of this committee's report moving forward. That language did pass our committee and went to the House and Senate, through the House and Senate and back to us. So that is very important. We appreciate your concerns on that, and we understand the cost it is to these small counties and small municipalities. And it's a starting point and a starting discussion. So thank you very much. We understand and feel your pain and frustration around it. So with that, I'm going to open up to committee members. Representative Monahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. It was very good, and I appreciate you bringing these, real-world scenarios to us and explaining to us, a lot of times when we're in the state capitol making these decisions and contemplating these decisions we're trying to make and these policies we're trying to implement, we recognize that y'all get to see, every facet of those, right? Or maybe we didn't contemplate those at the Capitol. So we appreciate your service. Thank you very much. I did have a question, and this is actually the second time I've heard it. I know we've seen some other media. There were some videos that you had shown. Can you take us through the process? Is that something that the county pays for? Is that a county paid? That's coming from general tax dollars that are incoming from property taxes or sales use tax?
That's correct. My budget, I've heard y'all have asked other county directors up here what their total elections budget is, and mine's right around $400,000. So I do not have huge dollars to pay with, and we try to do anything we can for voter outreach, because the more voters we can reach, the more they're informed, the easier my job is. So did not have enough. We actually had 3 public PSAs made with a local production company. I did not have the funds to completely do it myself, so I partnered with Dougherty County. They're our much larger neighbor directly to the south, and together we were all trying to get the same information out. So we did use funds from our budget locally to provide those. We were told ahead of time through the production company that the local media stations they worked closely with would be more than willing to provide us free time for PSAs, and that ended up not being the case. I mean, we did use the PSAs on social media platforms, and we did have a CBS and a Fox affiliate that provided them, but they are the smaller local media presence in our area. The larger NBC station flatly refused to show them. They told us to buy a media package. I had no funding for that because they're expensive at election time. I mean, they're going for their bucks. I get it, but we did expend some local funds on those, and I was glad to have Darty partner with me. We were both hopeful that it would see an increase. So I'm not suggesting that y'all totally have to fund huge media presence, but y'all do have more pull than we do on local areas with media packages probably. So there could be something put in place because we're all trying to get basically the same message out. My hours may be a little different than some of the other counties, but we can all direct voters to the My Voter page and they can find out exactly where to go, what time they need to be there, what their sample ballot looks like. So if there was some funding stream for that, I don't think it would have to be huge, but I mean, it would certainly help everybody. So.
Thank you. If you had to estimate what that costs you in Dougherty County,
Between the three PSAs and some social media management, I spent close to $15,000 on it.
15. And that 15,000, was that for distribution or was that for production?
Production and distribution.
So both, about total 15,000.
And Dougherty County ponied up another 15.
So about 30,000 total.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question of the day, Senate Bill 189, the directive, and it's in state code now that we no longer use a QR code after July 1st of 26, starting July 1st of 26. Do you have a plan if in the absence of any action by the legislature or the state government to change that at this point? Is it something that your county could accommodate, and how?
Is it something Lee County could provide financially for me to buy new equipment? Probably not. We're currently in the budget that would take us right up to July 1st, 2026, so there's nothing in my budget currently for any new implementation of anything. You know, there are always things that happen that you have to pivot and you have to make happen, and that's just a fact of life, whether it's business, elections, or your personal life. So if that's the mandate and we have to do it, we'll figure it out. But do I have plans in place right now and financial funding streams for it? No. Interesting thing, and we were talking about this during the lunch break, the QR code does puzzle people because they can't read it, and some people have a very limited trust of it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it because I do audits, and I know my audit comes back out to what the machines produced on election night. So, but when you hand feed a marked paper ballot through the scanner, it is reading locations of those scanners, locations of the bubbles, instead of necessarily John Doe's name. So it's reading a location of a bubble. So, you know, I don't know that one's better than the other. Whatever y'all in your infinite wisdom decide for us to do, we'll pivot and figure out a way to make it happen. But funding's going to be hard if I had to do it locally. So.
Okay, if just as a follow-up to that, if the only solution you were left with was to go with a hand-marked ballot system, do you have the personnel, the procedures in place to be able to do that for the 26 election cycle?
Probably personnel. I'm very lucky in that we work really hard to retain our poll workers. I'm one of the few counties that are very lucky that I know my poll workers, or I know somebody that knows them, and they're very loyal, and they come back election after election, and we've had to train them on the fly for some things that have changed very last minute. So I think I would be okay with workers. We also partner with our school system to use 16 and over high school workers, and I can put 2 or 3 of those in each precinct, and it provides a good energy when I do that. And those younger people are not as afraid of technology as some of the more seasoned poll workers, so that's always a plus. But I think the only thing that terrifies me about if we had to pivot is what kind of equipment am I going to be given to make work? I need a high-speed ballot-on-demand printer, and I'll be honest, with our previous election system prior to the Dominion equipment, I did have a high-speed ballot-on-demand printer that was with ES&S that I utilized in my office for many years and loved it. I mean, it was good. The printer that I have with the current voting system is not what I would choose to have in the precinct on election day because of the speed. Also, I'd be terrified, even as small as some of my precincts are, to only have 1 printer per precinct. That just doesn't seem feasible or possible. So you'd have to have multiple printers in a location, even as small as it is. So I know y'all are working hard to formulate a plan for that to happen. I would love to be part of a panel that says, yeah, that's a great idea, or here's what would happen if we did that. Just an example, and this goes back to state election board rule that was passed and then ultimately dismissed, where we were supposed to hand count the number of paper at the end of an election night. Well, first of all, I have 10 sheets of paper here, and I got shuffled up and had to stop to find where I was. So if I ask people that have worked 14 hours to hand count the number of paper, not votes, but just paper, we're going to start over and over and over again because 2, 3, 7, it just happens. Somebody talks to you. We had pivoted. I had figured out exactly to the ounce what a stack of 50 weighs. And if I can give you 50 and tell you, I think this is 50, now count it, you're less likely to make a mistake. We were still going to accomplish the same goals, but I went and bought kitchen scales for all 10 of my precincts. Do I need 10 kitchen scales in my office? No, but I currently own them if anybody needs a kitchen scale. So, because we had figured out a stack of 50 weighs approximately this much. If I give you a stack of 50, you're pretty confident in counting that. But if I give you a stack of this and tell you to sort it into 50, it's going to take you a lot longer. So, I mean, we are a resourceful group. We MacGyver all day long, if y'all know what I mean. I mean, we'll take a paper clip and some duct tape and figure it out. But we don't need to be pivoting at the last minute. So I look forward to what's next. I'm up for a challenge, but I want enough time to make sure it's going to work and enough wisdom to know a lot of the input needs to come from behind me too, because we're the ones having to deal with it. So
Thank you.
I don't know that I answered your question.
Well, no, and we're, as you say, you wanted to be a part of the process. This is the process, okay? We're in the middle of it, or we're starting it anyway. So thank you for your comments, and we appreciate what you do.
Representative Draper.
Director Johnson, it's lovely to see you in person. Thank you for being here. I thank you for bringing up the conversation of drop boxes, because I do think that drop boxes were maybe a victim of some of the political crosshairs after the 2020 election. And as you mentioned, they were very beneficial to voters when we rolled them out. I remember when we rolled them out that security was of the utmost importance. They were bolted to the ground. They were under 24-hour surveillance. That's not what we have now. But then they were, and especially with what happened with the Postal Service, and of course with COVID, they were a lifeline to so many voters. So, as you mentioned, the changes that we've made to the drop boxes, there's a question as to whether they even serve a purpose now. When it comes to our most vulnerable voters, our elderly, our disabled, if they apply for an absentee ballot late, they have limited options for getting it back, especially if they have limited mobility. But I think under the old system that we had, where these drop boxes were outdoors, bolted to the ground, under security, folks can go in a car and they can drop those ballots off. That saves them from having to stay in line or getting out of their car, but it ensures that they're able to return their ballot. So I guess that was more of a comment than a question, but I really appreciate you bringing up this issue because I would love for us to look into the options available to us, including options that we had, and kind of think about whether the changes we made to the Dropbox laws were reactionary, knee-jerk reactions to problems that actually exist in the first place.
Right. I realize that there's always going to be people that try to vet or take advantage of any situation, and I was very thankful for drop boxes in 2020. I really was. What we've got now in our office is right inside the door. It's still under video surveillance, and it really doesn't get used very much. I mean, honestly, I would rather someone put their ballot in my hand or my staff's hand so we can immediately check for completeness and make sure that it's there. I am only speaking for Lee County, though. What Fulton needs, or Gwinnett, or Cobb, or even Macon Bibb, I'm sure, are totally different. But it's just, like I said, my opinions and my thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Johnson, thank you very much for traveling up here today. We appreciate your hard work and dedication and many years of service you've given to elections in the state of Georgia.
Thank you. My
Thank you.
pleasure.
All right. Committee, next we will hear from Ms. Lori Wirtz. She is the Director of Elections for Hall County. Oh, sorry, that's right. Mr. Tom Bratz. I think Ms. Lori had a family.
Lori unfortunately couldn't make it. She's got some family personal issues going on, the best of which is she just welcomed a new grandbaby.
Well, that's great. Congratulations. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
So in the invitation that was, that's going to give us a little distraction. It's going to be that kind of a day. In the invitation, the topic was interest about elections processes, and I'm quite sure Lori said, "I've got your guy." So one of the things that I have that doesn't display particularly well, so I brought some hard copies. So for our discussion agenda, I just threw up to kind of structure direction in the conversation. I'm going to go over this elections operations process overview, a little bit about elections anatomy 101. Got some keen interest on talking about voter roll data maintenance. This technology's already been a topic of discussion, and I anticipated that. And certification. In Hall County, we had, unfortunately, an election event that did not go result well, and so we had a real certification problem that we encountered, and that might be of interest to discuss with this panel, and then pain points and some of the opportunities that come from those. So this diagram, if anybody's interested that's online or in the room, it's really hard to read on a small screen. As a matter of fact, the PDF did not import properly, so a few lines were omitted in this particular file, but it's available on the Hall County Elections website. There's a blue ribbon on the left-hand side On the bottom, there's a voter outreach and education tab or link, and it'll take you to a page. This item is the second file down on that page. All right, so what you're looking at is, I drew this. I'm fairly new to elections. I joined in 2020 as a Dominion tech, and I was functionally trained by Dominion about how this system worked. And when I actually got to the elections office and tried to understand how to make everything flow, I think in a process format. And so this was constructed in my freshman year in elections, and it's dated. You'll see in the lower left corner, the system of record for voter rolls was ENET. But where this starts is we basically have multiple election events going on in every election. So you have an absentee by mail work stream flow, which is completely a different process than obviously the in-person voting. We have an early voting swim lane, and then we have an election day swim lane. And then, what goes on in the elections office is really where a lot of the twists and turns occur. So the early voting elections, absentee by mail flows is, in early processing, the output coming out of that stream goes down into what is early processing and is staged and queued for scanning in the high-speed scanner. And those will be in the EMS room in the office. Early voting, that equipment comes back. The tabulators come back. We don't close the polls, and so that sits in the office until we close the polls, and then those CF cards are polled and read, and then of course the election day results stream in as the polls close in the various precincts. As you can see, it's a very structured process. This is how we get, if you will, our product to market. This is how all the ballots get out to all the voters in all the places by all the means by which we carry out the election event. Questions? No? And there's there's quite a bit more to add to this, quite frankly, because in my time when I was a Dominion tech, I had no awareness of the qualifications and the ballot building and ballot proofing processes, and had no awareness as to the reconciliation and certification processes, right? And there's further development, particularly around the IT side of things, because we've recently discovered, for instance, when we perform logic and accuracy testing, there are 3 separate data loads in every election event. There's an LNA data load to the poll pads that we use for testing and logic and accuracy testing. And then there's the early voting data load, and then there's an separate election day data load. And those have caused us problems, and that was part of the Oakwood election issue. So, all right. In the anatomy aspect, okay, so we have everything organized, obviously, in precincts and in combos. And a combo is actually a unique number that identifies all of the districts in a particular location. And the combos are basically a means of simpler mass maintenance of everything, so that you don't have to key in all the individual districts. So I can put in one number in the voter roll in the street segment in our Jarvis system, and it gives us populates all those values in the voter record. Precincts are really about crowd control. It's about where we put numbers of people so that we can target how much election equipment and proportion things so that we don't have lines, essentially. With the technology that we have available, precincts are essentially obsolete. Okay, we don't need to have people to go to a specific precinct, because with the balloting on demand, if we have enough equipment, they can pretty much go anywhere and vote at any location. And that includes election day. And there's really, I think, a big opportunity there to make it easier for people in their daily routines in their lives to be able to go to any place that they works in their daily routine to vote, and it can happen on election day just as easily as it does during early voting. if you'll notice, on the map, if you study it, many of the polling places in a given precinct, some polling places are closer to voters in adjacent precincts. So it's not obviously a perfect solution in terms of moving to precincts. But precincts have been around forever, right? That was where this all originated. Precincts actually in Hall County align with the Georgia militia district, so they probably go back all the way to the founding of the country. All right, so a little bit of pain. All right, so Hall County, this is our precinct combo structure. We have 31 precincts. We have 63 combos. When we put all those together, we come up with 107 unique combinations of precincts and combinations. Why is that important? Because that plus the style of what's on the ballots determines how many ballots we're going to have. All right? And that gets to be a big number very quickly. So when we start talking about paper ballots, this has huge implications to how we design the process. Okay? So the point I'm going to want to make on this is on the right-hand side, you see recent election events. The number below that election event in the March 2024 PPP, plus the special election for the city municipal election in the city of Oakwood, we had 148 printed ballots. We had 668 unique ballot documents in our BMDs. All right, so the BMDs of technology actually handles the balloting at a much more granular level. All right, but if we're going to go back to paper ballots, we're going to have to deal with 148 ballots in the polling place. And if we're going to do that in early voting, that looks like a large library, okay, if we're not doing it balloting on demand. If we are not doing balloting on demand, if we're doing pre-printed ballots, okay, we would need a library and we have to somewhat guess what the turnout's going to be and know how many we're going to have. So I think that starts to have implications to how many early voting locations we could staff and properly execute, right, to manage. And so that tends to be, that's going to be a limiting factor because right now in Hall County, we'll have as many as 7 early voting locations, all right? So even on a very simple election like the Public Service Commission runoff, we still have 31 ballots, 1 for each precinct, even though there's 1 contest. So, questions on that? All right, so there are some tools. When we get into voter roll data maintenance, what I just described gives us the requirement for the ballots. Now we have to match up voters to know where they are to give them the correct ballots so that they're voting on their correct districts. And there are challenges in the voter roll data maintenance, and one of the big ones is that we really don't have particularly good tools. GIS is an outstanding reference data set, if you will, because it has the addressing, it has all the districts, it has all the precincts. And Esri's got a tool out there that we can use from the top-down level, and the Secretary of State's office periodically has the Esri tool available for us. The way it's been provided to the counties has been at a level that has been typically at the federal and state district levels and doesn't get down into the county and municipals. So it doesn't have all the data we need to identify all the problems if there are mismatches. But the tool will allow identification of addresses that are not properly maintained in the correct districts, all right? And so if it's not maintained correctly, what we get is a wrong balloting instance. I had in the initial slide deck that I had prepared a couple of news reports about wrong balloting, and obviously that's a huge problem. If we don't do anything in elections, we must do voter roll data maintenance correctly, otherwise we have wrong balloting and people are not getting the accurate ballots to select their correct representation. And I had a news article in here, and the title of it, and I'll take the county's name out, but there's grave concern over ballot mix-ups. Officials warn it may happen again. Now, there are 2 things in there that caught my attention. The first one is we had a mix-up, and the second one is they don't know how to fix it. all right? If it's going to happen again, it means we do not have an appropriate tool set to be able to accomplish auditing of our voter rolls to make sure that all the addresses are correct, just the residential addresses, all the districts and all the precincts. So this is a tool that will help identify those specific problems. And in Hall County, we have about 157,000 eligible registered voters at 70,000 different addresses. And so that audit is pretty substantial. In Hall County, we've actually found a bottom-up method, if you will, and we have, because Hall County is a larger county, we have a GIS department, and they're right upstairs. So I had the opportunity to go upstairs and ask them for a data file extracted at an individual address level. And what we can do with that is actually audit our voter rolls in Hall County, and it can do the entirety of our registration database in about 30 minutes. And so we can check every address for every district in every precinct to make sure they're correct. And so that process looks like this, which is GIS data matched up against Jarvis data, and there's a data analysis aspect to it that gets kind of involved. And really, the high level of it is you make the addresses match between GIS and Jarvis. You've heard a bit about DDS problems. DDS is, because it's opt-in or opt-out, we need a clean, good, accurate data feed from DDS, and we do not get that. We have really some substantial ongoing problems with DDS giving us bad addressing. And so we've automated, if you will, a bad data stream, bad quality. And there are just running quality issues that are chronic is probably the best way to say it. And so to get the Jarvis data that is, I think 75% of our address feed for voter registration comes from DDS. To get that addressing to match up, we have to spend quite a bit of time correcting and accurizing the Jarvis address data based on what's in GIS. Our GIS data follows the tax assessor's database, the planning and permitting processes in the county, so it tends to be pretty accurate, GIS does. And so when we get those addresses to match, now we can start comparing the district values and the precinct values and finding any discrepancies. And when we find discrepancies, obviously we have to correct them. And that process actually gets quite involved. So I'd like this, it's an eye chart for everybody else that's looking at the screen. But what you're looking at, okay, is Jarvis is on the left, GIS is on the left side with the peach data headers. And all of those are all the addresses that are in the infrastructure. And this is Claremont Highway. The addresses under the blue headers is all the data around the Jarvis voter roll information. And so what I see on the left-hand side is every address on Claremont Highway in GIS. On the right-hand side, I see where I have voters. And if the folks in the room can't see it, but I'm going to explain it. This was the year when I first got involved in doing voter roll data maintenance. The Jarvis data was all in one district. It was all in one combo, and it was all in one precinct, and it was all in the county. It was not in the city. As you go look at it as to what's actually, and it was all in one street segment, which meant that all the voters were all the same. And actually what happens is at the top of the list, there's different precincts. Precincts are really not much of a serious problem in that if they go to a different place to vote, they'll still get the correct ballot, so they'll vote correctly, okay? But it may be a little bit more inconvenient for them if it's not a closer, or if it's a further away polling place. But it gets more material in terms of the consequence when you get down toward the bottom of the list. And down toward the bottom of the list, you'll notice that the locale, which is the tax jurisdiction, goes out of the county, goes in the city, goes back in the county, and goes back in the city. And so each one of those need to be maintained accurately, otherwise, in the event of a municipal election in Claremont, some of those people would not have gotten the correct ballot. And so one street segment ended up needing to be 14 street segments in properly maintaining this. And this is an analytical tool that we just, if we didn't build it ourselves, we wouldn't have it. And so I'm trying to work, I'm actually at this point, I'm the redistricting committee chair with Gavreo, and so we're trying to, export this to multiple counties, particularly ones that have had problems. And so for the county that actually made the news media in that piece, we were able to get involved. They had that problem of wrong balloting in the primary in '24, and we were able to correct it before we got to the general. So there were no wrong balloting issues. So, but we need a tool. It's either at the ESRI level, at the top-down level, or analytical abilities. And this is not something that probably most counties can do. But the data, we need to get to the data to do that. And for the most part, the GIS data is available either through the regional commissions or local county GIS departments. I was going to talk about technology here, but maybe that'll come up. We'll just go to the ends. Pain points. So like pretty much all the counties, some of the scarcest resources are able-bodied, properly motivated poll workers, and well-appointed, well-suited polling places. We just can't get enough of them. And so I believe there is an opportunity by going to a streamlined, anybody can vote anywhere, we can reduce the number of polling places and therefore reduce the number of poll workers, and we would simplify that situation. Because right now, and I'm going to talk about it in a minute in scalability, our choices are either for Hall County, all 31 precincts, or one, like we just had because of the low turnout in the Public Service Commission runoff. It was a great simplification, and it was obviously plenty adequate for the low turnout. Our challenge is how do we do this appropriately in the in-betweens, the extremes of one or all the way to the 30 full deployment of everything. When we do full deployment for something that, like this upcoming general is going to be something much less than, we end up obviously having no lines, but we also end up spending a lot of taxpayer dollars probably needlessly. So there's a better balance to be struck. And that's what I speak to in terms of scalability. So rules and laws, I'm new to this, and I've kind of noticed that the rule and law making looks forward. These are the things we're trying to solve. We don't go back and clean up a lot of things that have gotten dated, and they accumulate. And so we have quite a bit in there that is obsolete and is, and quite honestly, quite confusing. So I'd simplify and suggest we simplify and bring that current, which I know is an ongoing discussion. So the can't scale down for smaller is a conversation that I think we want to have. Member Draper, you had talked about early voting and then election day voters, get confused going between the two. Obviously, keeping things the same and or at least certainly through the same election event is really important, and to be able to do that on a running basis is important as well, because voters don't do well when you change polling places on them. So when we go from a general county, even your election cycle and the polling place structure is one way, and then you go to municipal, we've had plenty of angry voters saying, I know this is where I'm supposed to vote, and it's just confusion over the differences in the structures. So we want to keep that as consistent as possible for the voters' sanity and their, and their routine. One of the things that has come up is in the runoff election, and I know we've talked about it in terms of expense, but my intuition was telling me that we probably have a bit of a problem ensuring we're accomplishing the constitutionally required ballot secrecy, Article 2, Section 1, Paragraph 1, that all votes are by secret ballot. I went back, and because of all this detail of precinct and combo, and which tabulator, which if you've voted early, it's on a different tabulator in the exact same polling place as Election Day. They're different tabulator numbers, which gives you more separation in the data. We had a significant issue with lack of secrecy of our ballots in there. And so that is something that we have stipulated certain records that are in the public domain, and we can't do both. I can't have ballot secrecy and provide those records in the ballot domain, or in the public domain, rather. So we want to talk about specifically probably what to do there. But again, DDS addressing is a big part of the voter roll challenge, because I'm always having to correct addresses to match GIS because they didn't come, there's no address validation functionality that I can see anywhere in the environment. And we have multiple agencies, from what I understand, that are 911, they're doing their own addressing. They may link it with GIS, they may do projects together, but there are multiple agencies doing addressing, and that's something that I think is a challenge that needs to be reviewed at a higher level. Okay? Questions on any of that?
Questions from the committee? Chairman Anderson.
If we don't change something and Hall County has to comply with Senate Bill 189 as it currently is in law, how would you do that?
How would I get paper ballots? What's the funding mechanism? Am I going to go to paper ballots that are pre-printed, or are we going to have technology and equipment to provide printing on demand of ballots?
Well, those are the questions we're trying to find an answer to.
Well, so if clearly the technology that we have now, which works, I have no issues. I get to do LNA, so I cast hundreds of ballots in every election in testing. You know, and we audit each precinct as we go through logic and accuracy testing, and I'm in charge, or at least leading the audits at the county level, and we, in 24, did 100% ballot count. So in the general, we touched each one of our 102,510 ballots in the general, and everything matched. There were some discrepancies between the hand counts, but our ballot tallies matched what we had on election night. So if we can't go to, stay with that, the existing technology, which I'm comfortable in my heart of hearts, is it works. And we have to go to a paper ballot. Then if we go to printing on demand, that's a new technology, that's new training, that's deployment. It's a big risk, but that would be one path. The other one is if we go back to paper ballots, due to the ballot complexity that I just overviewed, we would probably reduce early voting locations, and we'd have to go back to the old way of doing it. And we could make it work. It probably would not be, I wouldn't view it as an advancement in terms of efficiency and probably cost effectiveness.
What about time? I know we have
time in what fashion?
That require reporting by certain deadlines, that sort of thing. Would you see that being an issue if we went to a hand-marked paper ballot type system?
As long as they all get into the ballot boxes and are scanned, before the close of polls, it shouldn't affect timing. Okay. Am I not thinking of something you're thinking of?
No, that's.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Bratz, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it. All right. Next, we are going to hear from Mr. Joseph Kirk, who is the Gabriel President-elect and also Election Superintendent from Bartow County. So, Mr. Kirk, the floor is yours. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you very much for having me. As you said, my name is Joseph Kirk. I'm the election supervisor in Bartow County. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I hold a degree in computer science from the University of Georgia. I've worked in elections since 2002, helped implement the DREs here in Georgia way back when. I spent 2 years in Mississippi after I graduated, implementing a statewide system there, and then moved back to Bartow County in 2007. and have been there ever since in my current role. I'm here today as the president-elect of Galvario and speaking for that organization. Travis Doss, our president, wishes he could be here, would love to speak in front of y'all, but is currently preparing for our annual conference, which starts on Sunday, and just couldn't make the trip, but he wanted me to offer his apologies. So I really appreciate you inviting us to speak in front of you. These are some very important issues, and and we strongly, okay, is that better? Awesome. We strongly believe that our combined, yeah, it is, our combined knowledge and experience can and should be part of this conversation. And I'm very, very grateful for my colleagues that are here with me today, both those that spoke and those who are here supporting us. Deidre had everybody stand up earlier, but there are decades, if not hundreds of years of experience in this room. And these folks do an incredible job and have a lot of knowledge. And I'm just so grateful that everybody could make the trip and are here to be part of this. Well, went too fast. As an organization, we're always working to elevate the voter experience as well as to ensure the integrity of our elections. We have to balance those two things. Public confidence doesn't come from one, but from both. And we appreciate that you're working towards the same goals. I think we can all agree that setting aside time to discuss these issues outside of the legislative session is a good idea. Being at the Capitol while y'all are hard at work, you're very, very busy, there's a lot going on, and it's a very different conversation than we're having today in a calm, sort of organized way to step through these things. And based on what my colleagues have said, I'm not sure we can get through all this in one go. So our first ask is that this is not the first and last study committee on elections. We'd love to see this continue, do this annually, and really keep this ball moving forward for the voters. So the first thing to address is the upcoming deadline that we've been talking about, July 1st, 2026. The law will prohibit us from using any kind of coding for tabulation on ballots. And it's up to interpretation. That means QR code, if bubbles and time marks apply to that. But the way we're going to mark and cast our ballots across Georgia is completely a legislative decision. And we stand ready to implement whatever your will is. That being said, the first part of my career was the implementation of voting technology, and I can tell you that doing it responsibly takes time. We have to procure or upgrade technology. We need to train the election administrators and the voters and make sure that everyone, all the interested parties know what's going on and are prepared for that change. As you consider this issue, what we ask is that the legislature provides clear direction in law as to the process to mark and cast ballots and tabulate ballots through 2026 and beyond. That any large-scale rollouts or implementations be scheduled for an odd number of years, such as 2027, to avoid major election cycles. And that funding for any new technology, as well as the education both for our poll workers and mostly the public, is funded through the state budget. And that a portion of that public education funding comes to the counties in the form of grants, so we can reach out to our local voters and in a way that works for our communities and make sure they understand what the new procedure is and are comfortable with it and know what to expect when they come in to vote in person. Moving on to the advanced voting schedule. We are completely in favor of advanced voting. And we think that the current schedule as defined in law works very well for statewide primaries and general elections. It takes a lot of pressure off the polls on election day, and the voters have widely accepted that as their preferred method of voting. In my case, over half my voters in a big election cast their ballot before election day in person. Anecdotally, my office is on the main highway going through Cartersville. And voters talk about when they come in to vote during advanced voting, that they just drive past running errands, wait to not see a line out the door, and pull in, cast their ballot, and go on about their day. It's worked very, very well for us. But we also believe that different communities are different, and not every county is the same. As was mentioned before, what works for me doesn't necessarily work for Paulding County, and may not work for Fulton County, or Screven County down south. We have to meet the needs of our communities in a way that works for our communities. That's why we have local control of elections. A lengthy advanced voting period can be difficult to staff and often makes up the bulk of the cost of the election, especially in smaller jurisdictions and then low turnout special elections. For example, folks don't necessarily plan on not going on a trip around an off-season special election. They will move heaven and earth to be available to work a presidential election. But staffing 7 days of advanced voting for a small, say, municipal special election is very difficult. They don't want to change their plans for that. To give you a real-world example, this was a municipal election that we conducted in Bartow in 2023. The city in question had 451 eligible voters. 102 of those folks voted on election day, 20 during advanced voting, and 0 by mail. 27% turnout, which is actually pretty good. The cost of that election, just in personnel, $1,373 on election day for a per vote cost of $13.46 a voter. $10,951 for advanced voting for per voter cost of $547. That hurt that city's budget. And most of their voters wanted to vote on election day. It's a social activity for them. It's a small community. They wanted to participate in that way. And again, we need to meet the needs of these communities in a way that works for them, meet them where they're at. So our asks. We ask that your report includes a minimum schedule for advanced voting for municipal elections contingent upon the city's number of registered voters. And that y'all look at recommending a similar schedule for historically small turnout county special elections. Conversely, we realize that voters need to be able to plan on how to vote, and sort of a minimum expectation of when they'll be able to vote. So with that in mind, set the minimum in law for any election, no matter how small, the minimum advanced voting period as the second Saturday prior to the election through the Friday prior to the election with the optional Sunday. So 6 days, including a Saturday. So if folks need that service, they have it. And then just that 1 week of advanced voting. And to be clear, we're not suggesting shortening advanced voting periods statewide for primary general elections. And we believe jurisdictions always have the option to do more. So allow them to expand up to that full period if they see the need for that community, but set a minimum and then have tiers. And I'm not prepared to give you tiers today. We can give that to you in writing for your next meeting if you're curious. But we can make recommendations on numbers of registered voters for municipalities, and then how small of a turnout historically for special elections should be considered for shortening that period. Then last, talking about the SCB's rulemaking process. This has been talked about quite a bit, so I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail. But as was mentioned before, we start preparing for Election Day long before Election Day. And we need time to properly educate our poll workers, our staff, the voters, poll watchers, any interested party as to what to expect. Using poll watchers as an example, it's hard to observe a process if you're not sure what the process is and do that effectively. At best, last-minute changes to election procedures risk confusion, and at worst, undermine voter confidence or cast doubt in the integrity of the election because people expect to see one thing and then see something else. You know, one analogy I've heard is that of a sports game. You know, you want to know the rules of the game before the game starts. And everybody in the stadium should be on the same page as to what to expect. So we actually recommend that any rule passed within 90 days of a primary or general, of any election, not apply to that election. We realize we have an election happening somewhere in Georgia almost every month of the year. Trying to avoid that for 9 days prior to the election is going to be hard. But if we just delay implementation until after that election passes, we believe that might be the sweet spot to allow rulemaking to move forward without it affecting the ongoing elections. So I was keeping it short and sweet for y'all, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk. We appreciate you being here today and your presentation. Any questions from the committee?
No, it was not. Taylorsville hasn't had a special election in a number of years.
Victor. Thank you, sir, for being here. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next, I am going to allow, at our last meeting, members, we had a speaker that addressed this committee on litigation, and also at the end of his remarks, addressed the committee about elections priorities for the Georgia Republican Party. So I'm going to let Mr. Dave Worley, chairman of the Democrat Party of Georgia Voter Protection Committee, address the committee for a few minutes about the Democrat Party's priorities. So appreciate you being here today, Mr. Worley. Good seeing you again.
Good to see you. Chairman Fleming, Vice Chairman Anderson, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the Democratic Party of Georgia. As the chair said, my name is David Worley, and I'm chairman of the Voter Protection Committee of the Democratic Party of Georgia. In addition, from 2004 to 2021, I served as a member of the Georgia State Election Board. The Democratic Party has three overarching principles guiding our positions on election procedures. Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry. Okay. First, we support policies that make voting convenient for voters. Second, we support policies that improve efficiency and efficacy for election officials. And third, we support policies that strike the appropriate balance of maintaining integrity and preventing fraud, but that also ensure that those who are eligible can still vote. It is sometimes said that allowing an ineligible voter to vote dilutes the votes of eligible voters. Removing a voter who is actually eligible from the voting rolls does more than dilute a vote. It completely eliminates an entirely lawful vote. With that in mind, these are our policy recommendations. First, you should address voter access while maintaining election integrity. Election integrity includes allowing every eligible voter to vote and making registration and voting as simple and easy as possible. To do that, Georgia should do the following. First, keep automatic voter registration. That is, we oppose changing the DDS voter registration system to opt-in. We all saw, as has been mentioned, the actual impact of switching back to an opt-in system when that was mistakenly done in 2021 and 2022, with a sharp decline in registration as a result. Georgia should also authorize the use of drop boxes during the weekend prior to the election date. We should permit voters to submit one absentee ballot request for an entire calendar year and eliminate classes of individuals who can request those rollover ballots. We should keep no excuse absentee ballots. We should maintain 3 weeks of early voting, but permit municipalities or counties the ability to opt for 2 weeks of early voting, but only for municipal and special elections. We should keep 2 mandatory Saturday voting days during early voting, and we should expand the types of locations allowed for early voting to give counties more flexibility in identifying early voting locations. We should also permit voters who arrive at the wrong precinct on election day the opportunity to cast a countable provisional ballot all day and not just after 5 p.m. Second, you should reimagine voter challenges in Georgia. Current Georgia law on challenges is confusing, but you have an opportunity to make our voter rolls more accurate and to streamline the voter challenge procedures. First, Georgia should remain in ERIC, the Electronic Registration Information System. If the recent list maintenance efficiently removed 267,500 voters using ERIC, why take Georgia out of that system? If you want to do voter list maintenance on a mass scale, you have a responsibility to do so in the most correct and efficient way possible, which is ERIC. Georgia should prohibit mass challenges to voter eligibility by individuals. They should be limited to those that can be supported by the personal knowledge of the challenger. Georgia should explicitly incorporate the National Voter Registration Act's 90-day quiet period in both Sections 229 and Section 230 to make clear that Georgia law conforms to federal law. And Georgia should enact an election code provision stating that if voters are wrongfully or mistakenly removed from the rolls, they should be permitted an opportunity to re-register after the voter registration deadline or be allowed to cast a provisional ballot that will be counted once proof of residence is confirmed. My third point, finally, is that the General Assembly should abolish the state election board. I served for 17 years on the state election board. For 15 of those years, I was on the short end of a 4-to-1 Republican majority. And so I served with many Republican members of the board and 3 Republican secretaries of state. Despite our partisan identification, during my years on the board, we were able to act in a remarkably nonpartisan manner to successfully implement rules and to ensure uniformity in the administration of Georgia's election law. The overwhelming majority of our cases and rulemaking decisions were made unanimously. Those days are long, long gone. The current state election board has demonstrated that it is not capable of fulfilling its statutory obligations, is unconstrained by law, and unconcerned with conflicts of interest, and it should be abolished. The state election board currently serves no purpose that cannot be accomplished by the office of the Georgia Secretary of State. If the SEB does continue to exist, we oppose expanding the oversight authority of the SEB. Such an infringement on the SEB's, on the Secretary of State's authority is contrary to the Georgia Constitution. And if the SEB does continue to exist, it should be prohibited from enacting rules in even-numbered years. We saw in 2024 the burden and confusion among local election officials caused by such last-minute rulemaking. As you've heard today, as you heard it described today, it was chaos, and it should be ended. Finally, we would urge you to approach your review, as I know you will, and certainly hope you will, in as nonpartisan a way as possible. The points that we have suggested are nonpartisan. Truthfully, they are nonpartisan. They treat all voters equally. They give all voters the opportunity to vote. They provide access to everyone, and we believe they should be adopted. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your putting them on the schedule today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Worley. Any questions from committee members? Yeah, Mr. Worley, would you mind, could you provide your remarks in writing to us as well if you have them?
I would be happy to
That'd be
provide
great.
them to you.
You know, Molly, or send
Sure,
them to us next
will,
week.
I will email them to Molly.
Yeah,
yes.
that'd be great. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here and your service to the state.
Thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, so here's our posture, members. We have an hour left. We have 41 people who have signed up to speak. We will probably not get to all the speakers, but we will get to as many as we can. We're going to allow 2 minutes in your remarks. Be mindful you have people behind you, so if you want to keep them shorter, that would be very good for you, to the other people behind you. Consider it. So what we will do, Molly is going to set a timer. We will give you a heads up when you're 15 seconds left, and then we will let you know. You will hear the timer when it goes off at 2 minutes. I will call out a name and who's on deck after them so the person behind them can be prepared. And we're going in order that the sheets were filled out. So we have 3 sheets here. And we're going to go in order from the start. First is Miss Judy, and I'm sorry if I butcher some of these names. Miss Judy Sophianopoulos. Nope. Sandra Burkhart. After that would be Elizabeth Hendrickson.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I am passionate about truth and justice. I came here today because I know that my legal vote in Georgia does not count, and neither does anyone else's. The machines must go. In truth, I attended the Curling versus Raffensperger's trial in Atlanta in January of 2024. There, in a courtroom, I saw a Dominion machine change the selection made on the screen. What was recorded did not match what was selected. This reality has resulted in the Dominion machines being outlawed in many states. However, in Georgia, all 159 precincts must use them. There is already in place, in case of a power failure, the use of paper ballots. Eliminating the machines is currently an available option. All of us who have used these voting machines realize how big and awkward these machines are. The complexity of transporting, storing, setting up is an enormous expense to taxpayers like myself. And using paper ballots would make training poll workers much simpler. I know because I have been involved in the training purpose. Plus, during elections, the process in every county would be streamlined. You wouldn't have to work with those horrible machines. Thank you for listening and considering my suggestion. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Elizabeth Hendrickson. Up next would be Elizabeth Shackelford.
My name is Elizabeth Hendrickson, and I've been involved with vote protection and monitoring in at least 7 counties across North Georgia, from very small rural counties to medium and large suburban counties. The facilities, resources, and arrangements, as you've heard, vary greatly at each of these locations. What never varied was the dedication and professionalism of all those running the elections and their attention to detail in following the laws. I've also listened to a number of the election directors at the state election board meetings, and their transparency, preparation, and expertise have been impressive. Election officials have the most knowledge in this field, and they do an excellent job despite long hours, high-pressure environments, and intense scrutiny. I applaud and thank you for inviting so many of them here. I would hope to see in the future you hear from one from a very large metro county at some point. These are the people who best understand the impact of proposed changes, both positive and negative, and they provide valuable insight in the best ways to move forward. While it's important for you to hear from the public, it's critical that you consider the motives and background of speakers, as well as the information that is available to them and upon which they choose to rely. Many are focused on what might have happened or what could happen if a series of highly unlikely events occurs. These overblown concerns have led to many proposed solutions in search of problems rather than the expanded access to voting we need. The citizens of Georgia are counting on you to ignore the drama and distractions as you make your recommendations for legislative changes that improve access as well as efficiency while maintaining security. I urge you to give the professional input of those who are responsible for the effective administration of our elections the weight and respect it deserves, as you've done here. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and for your work in keeping Georgia's elections secure and accessible.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. And just to let you know, we invited several larger metro counties invited him today to come speak, but they declined to attend. Thank you. All right, Miss Elizabeth Shackelford. Up next would be Liz Troop.
I've been a poll worker for about 9 years. Please consider how expensive runoff elections are and recommend revoking the law requiring a 50.1 majority for winning elections. That law is racist in origin. I agree with Director Holden recommending voting be allowed at any precinct on election day. However, the answer is not massive vote centers. I recommend repealing some of the worst parts of SB 189 and SB 202, including mass voter challenges. I have witnessed activists challenging thousands of voters in DeKalb County based on right-wing databases that have been shown to be inaccurate. In terms of making voting more accessible, change the restriction that cruelly forces unhoused voters to use the address and vote at their county's registrar's office. Homeless people struggle to get transportation. Undo the prohibitively tight deadlines for counting and documenting absentee ballots. Undo the shortened time frame for applying for absentee ballots. Undo the limitations on the number and availability of drop boxes for absentee ballots. Restore reasonable time periods for when a provisional ballot at the wrong precinct can count. And do not allow voters to be challenged up to 45 days before an election. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Troop, followed up by Mary Beth Bugia.
Hi. Thank you for letting me speak. At your last meeting, Brad Carver spoke in favor of doing away with no excuse absentee voting. And I have a lot of concerns about that in terms of people with medical problems, people who have to travel for a variety of reasons who won't get to vote if we do away with no excuse if they have problems at the last minute, right? Because it takes time to get medical excuses and travel things documented. But I also thought about something that we heard a lot during the hearings to get the current voting machines. And I heard Charlene McGowan say it at an SEB meeting in 2020. She said, any voter who has a concern about the privacy of their ballot and prefers to vote on paper can do so under Georgia law. Any voter can request an absentee ballot and vote an absentee ballot. So my question is, will someone who wants an absentee ballot because of their dislike for ballot marking devices be given that excuse? Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Beth Bugia, and then followed by Bobby. I'm sorry if I butchered that.
I'm Mary Beth Buget.
Ah.
It's okay. Everybody gets it wrong. I'm a Catoosa voter, legal voter, poll watcher, and poll worker. I've witnessed the useless and expensive LNA testing and risk-limiting audits. I've even witnessed the certification of uncertifiable elections based on the use of uncertifiable voting machines, according to Judge Amy Totenberg. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for forming this historically significant committee on Georgia election procedures. You may turn out to be the heroes of Georgia's legal citizens. Please spend our hard-earned tax dollars wisely. You've heard the expression, death by 1,000 cuts. Well, there are 1,000 ways to steal elections, which means the death of our constitutional republic. Due to my time limit, I will only focus on one way, the use of voting machines. It only takes one programmer or one hacker to steal an election. Just ask Mr. Clint Curtis or Dr. Halderman. Stealing elections denies the legal voters their rights and destroys the greatest nation that ever existed. President Trump is doing everything in his power to make America's election systems great again, but he can't be expected to do it all by himself. Georgians need our own heroes that will fight for us and restore the Georgia Constitution and the rule of law. We're counting on you to make Georgia elections secure, legal, accurate, and transparent. Georgia citizens, which include all political parties, are demanding hand-marked, security-grade paper ballots counted at the precinct level. A Georgia Vote One poll posted last month claims that 80% of Georgians want hand-marked ballots for election integrity.
Okay, ma'am, we need to wrap up in the next few seconds.
We need to cancel the invalid Dominion contract and demand a refund. We need to follow all existing Georgia election laws, such as OCGA 212437 and 212454. And we need to pass
thank you,
the
ma'am.
passage of SB 303,
Ma'am.
to name a few.
Thank you.
Thank you. Make elections great again.
All right. Bobby? Oh, next up after Bobby will be Roy Hambrick.
My name is Bobby Boozay.
You have to talk.
My name is Bobby Boozay from Catoosa County. Repeat after me.
Catoosa County.
My wife, 40 years. I was born deaf. I am 73 years old. We pay federal tax, payroll tax, state tax, local tax, property tax, sales tax. USA tax is over $37 trillion. Georgia tax cost over $35 billion. While both federal and state overspending. So, paper barrel are a lot cheaper than voltage cheese. That are just to cut the spending. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roy Hambrick, followed by Ethan Compton.
My name is Roy Hambrick, and I'm a Georgia voter. I'm a disenfranchised and embarrassed voter. Although I vote conservative and mostly Republican, I cannot tell the difference between the two parties. Let me explain why I'm embarrassed. After all the facts and revelations dropping almost daily about the 2020 election and beyond, Georgia is still using the Dominion voting systems. I'm embarrassed because we have a Republican governor and Secretary of State who run away from their constituents and threaten lawmakers to shut up about election security or pay the price, while touting the greatest and most model state election system in America. I'm embarrassed because of what few security breadcrumbs we do get. The crumbs are either kicked down the road past another election cycle or not even implemented, like the QR code elimination that was passed but still has yet to be funded. I'm embarrassed that we still have an ongoing RICO case that has not been shut down due to total lack of standing. I'm embarrassed because in a Republican-led state, we continue to allow counties like Fulton and Cobb counties to violate election laws, ethics, and procedures with zero accountability, transparency, or recourse unless an out-of-state judge intervenes. I'm embarrassed that our state election board has to beg the Department of Justice to come down to Ruby Red, Georgia in order to enforce our own election laws, to force election data from rogue Democrat bad actors who seem to be one and the same as their so-called Republican counterparts. I'm embarrassed that this MAGA Red Georgia continues to ignore President Trump's Executive Order 14248 and make elections great again by using hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots counted at the precinct level with full paper trails. And I'm embarrassed that after all these years, Thankfully that you are here, though. We are at a Blue Ribbon Committee pretending like we still don't know how to fix this embarrassing and intentional mess. It is not acceptable in this bruised purple state, and we the people see it for what it really is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ethan Compton, followed by Ann Holyfield.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, representatives, for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I was not one of the counties invited, but I feel like my voters need to be heard. I am Ethan Compton. I am the election supervisor for Irwin County. We have 6,788 registered voters, and as of the 2020 census, a total population of 9,666 people and a $155,000 budget per year. Luckily, my county commission recognizes the importance of election security and proper funding and does allocate that to me, but many of my neighbors have that fight to have rural Georgia elections be able to be funded in a way that meets all of their legal obligations. There needs to be stronger protections to ensure on the county level, especially for our most rural counties, that they are properly funded and properly run. In addition, the talks with SB 189, we are approaching a train wreck for Georgia's elections with the date set and the amount of action that has been done to date. Technically, with the phrasing of the elimination of QR codes, which I do approve, the phrasing of the text with no machine coding, somebody could construe that to include the timing marks on a hand-marked paper ballot and challenge those hand-marked paper ballots using that provision if the wording is not tweaked to allow that. Ballot on demand. The timing is not right, but I approve. I've talked with jurisdictions in Michigan and Virginia, large and small, and all of those jurisdictions overwhelmingly approve ballot on demand.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you traveling up here. Next is Ann Holyfield, followed by Earl Ferguson. Ms. Holyfield? No. Okay, Earl, come on up. After Earl will be, and I can't read the last name, but it's, I think, Lamar, and I think it's Polk County Democratic Committee.
I will yield because Mr. Worley's already addressed.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Ferguson.
I'm Earl Ferguson. I'm a registered voter in Fulton County. At your first session, the Secretary of State presented a detailed outline of how the Secretary of State's process for maintaining voter rolls. He presented a positive picture of how Eric assists. I have a different view of Eric and their usefulness. At one time, Eric had 41 member states plus the District of Columbia. They're now down to 23 for good reason, because they're not doing what they're supposed to. Now, Fulton County, as a result, has more registered voters than they do people of eligible age. I'm going to change to another subject. I challenged the registration of individuals who have moved to other states and registered to vote or voted there. These are no longer eligible to be on the Georgia voter rolls. My challenges are being denied by Fulton County for two reasons. First, the Secretary of State's official election bulletin titled NVRA Change of Residence Challenges, and you members have a copy of this document. It is an incorrect interpretation of the NVRA. I have provided a detailed discussion of these errors to the Secretary of State and have received no response. My position is based on documents from the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. The second reason that they will not accept my challenges is that they will not accept any inactive voter challenge. The reason they use for that is 21-2-235B, which is the section on what do you do with inactive voters. And an elector, it says, an elector placed on the inactive list of voters shall remain on such list until the day after the 2nd November general election held after the elector is placed on the list of electors. I am requesting a fix for this to insert into 235, nothing in this code section shall prevent the removal from the list of electors of an elector for ineligible to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sam Harnline, and then next will be Phil Searcy.
Thank you, Board, for getting together and listening to what we Georgians have to say about elections. I want to just mention a dear lady, Arlene Spooner, who's not with us today, but she's been working along with a lot of other Georgians trying to get the ear of folks like you and tell us that we want to get away from the current voting system and go to hand-marked paper ballots. Thank you, Arlene, for all you've done. Hand-marked paper ballots, and we already have the solution. You've already got it. It's already in the code. We don't have to go to change what we're doing other than just stop using the ballot marking device and go to the hand-marked paper ballot, as it's impracticable to keep using these ballot marking devices, and that gets rid of the QR code. 189 that Representative Anderson keeps questioning can be done in every county. Every county has all the resources they need to do that with already. Instead of going to 10% holding of the ballots, we can go to 100% holding of the paper ballots. And I want to thank you very much again for listening to us citizens. But Georgia has been in the world spotlight for the last 5 years due to our elections. We're still in the world spotlight. They're looking at us. What are we going to do? We need to change the way we vote to bring confidence back to the Georgia voter, and that's going to hand-marked paper ballots like Florida, Alabama, Montana, Idaho. I could go on listing the states. About 70% of the country uses hand-marked paper ballots. And that's what we, the people, would love to see us go to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Phil Searcy, and followed up by Robert Barker.
Yes, thank you again, committee, for this opportunity. I'm Phil Searcy from Grady County. And as my compatriot here, Sam, was telling you, we already have the remedy on the books. You've asked all of these county directors how they're going to solve this problem. I want to ask you how you're going to solve it, because it's going to be your duty to do it. And we already have the emergency paper ballot procedures that are already on the books. OCGA 21-2, 281, and 290 and 334 allow for it. We can have one ballot marking device at each precinct for accessibility purposes, do a tabulator count the day of the election, plus do a full hand count before certification per OCGA 21-334, 437, and 493. Our poll workers and election directors have a duty to certify and prevent fraud and abuse in our elections. So we ask that you follow the existing laws you have, make sure it's clear to all the counties, that's what they have to do, and give the authority to the SCB to carry that out to implement these laws. I'm going to give you a copy of this, and it also has a copy of this chart of the remedy.
Thank you, sir. All right. Robert Barker, followed by Max Clivio.
I'm an attorney in Atlanta. I've been approached over the number of years by people asking about election issues. I've been volunteering in election issues for over 20 years myself, not only in Georgia, but in other states. And I think the fact that we've had Mr. Worley come in from the State Election Board, and a man who was also, I believe he was deaf at birth, try to passionately tell you what he felt like, tells you the range of people who have emotion about these issues and about what's going on with our elections. So I just wanted to let you know that tomorrow is the 238th anniversary of the day that the framers actually got together and crafted out the elections clause in the Constitution. And what that does is it gives you, as the state legislature, incredible power. The Supreme Court has referred to it as plenary power. And right now, your power is being questioned, as is the power of the Secretary of State, the State Election Board. The counties are in it. I mean, you've got a complete mess on your hands, quite frankly. And if this body wants to have any sort of accountability, then we're going to have to do something more with the election code than make it what we refer to, and people that come to me, as kind of the pirate code from Pirates of the Caribbean, which is it's not really enforceable. It's more like suggestions, because it's not uniform throughout the state. It's not being respected, and enforcement is very infrequent. The State Election Board and the State Attorney General appear to be insufficiently staffed on these issues, and I think we can do better if we're trying to make Georgia's election procedures worth emulating or admiring. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Max Calavillo, followed by Frank Schneider.
Good afternoon. I'm Max Clavijo. There are 8 directives in President Trump's executive order to preserve and protect the integrity of American elections. 1, enforce the citizenship requirement for federal elections. 2, provide federal assistance to states to verify elector eligibility by granting access to federal databases to perform accurate certification and verification, enforce state compliance with voter list maintenance requirements specified in NVRA and HAVA, and finally, update the UOCAVA application. 3, improve the Election Assistance Commission, overhaul the voting systems, eliminate voting systems that use ballots with barcodes or QR codes in the vote counting process, rescind all certifications of voting equipment that was based on the previous standards, and states must comply with cybersecurity standards for funding for state and local election offices. 4, prosecute election crimes. Provide the DOJ with detailed information regarding all suspected violations of state and federal election laws discovered by state officials. Take punitive action against states that fail to cooperate. 5, improve the security of voting systems. Prevent all non-citizens from involvement in the administration of federal elections. Perform security audits on all voter registration and voting systems. 6, enforce state compliance with federal law setting National Election Day. Enforce laws against states that accept absentee or mail-in ballots received after Election Day and withhold funding from states that do not comply. 7, prevent foreign interference and unlawful use of federal funds in U.S. elections. Prevent foreign nationals from contributing or donating to U.S. elections. Prohibit lobbying by organizations or entities that have received any federal funds. And finally, 8, mandate federal action to cease compliance with Biden's Executive Order 1409, promoting the access to voting. This has already been rescinded. Georgia needs to be prepared to comply with these directives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Frank Schneider, followed by Kevin Muldowney.
My name's Frank Schneider, and I reside in Forsyth County. Thank you all very much for allowing us to speak today publicly at your forum. I applaud you for taking on this topic that many Georgians feel is crucial for election confidence. I'm a supporter for hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots. It will go a very long way in building voter confidence. This is not unique to Georgia. During President Trump's cabinet meeting back on April 10th earlier this year, Tulsi Gabbard, as U.S. Director of National Intelligence, stated, and I quote, "We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections. She revealed that her office had obtained evidence of significant security flaws in electronic voting systems, which could allow hackers to flip votes, and is advocating for a nationwide shift to paper ballots to ensure election integrity. Forsyth County conducted a test with a group of volunteers prior to the 2024 election to demonstrate the hand count process of paper ballots. Our sample size was representative of an average precinct. It went off near flawlessly, where one error detected and the count was identified and remedied before that batch of ballots ever left the counting table. We can do this, and we're ready to help.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kevin Muldowney, followed by Charlene Pope.
Afternoon. Kevin Muldowney, Fulton County. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. We must empower an independent state election board, independent of the state's Secretary of State's office, fully funded with investigative authority. The SOS is an elected office. For the county to look to the SOS as the ultimate election superintendent is a direct conflict of interest. In his last primary, Secretary Raffensperger was polling at the high 30s at best. When the results came in, he maintained a 51% share of the vote. Statistically difficult. In that same primary, a DeKalb County commissioner's race was overturned on audit, but the auditors were ordered by the SOS to look only at that commissioner's race and not the SOS race. Any elected official has no business as superintendent of their own or any election. The QR code has been legislated out by July 26, but it looks suspiciously like that ain't gonna happen. We need to get some teeth in that law. Somebody has to wake up good old Gabe Sterling. We need to actually get to hand-marked paper ballots with races tabulated at the precinct level, using actual ballot audits prior to election certification, not risk-limiting audits of ballot images. The ERIC system, which illegally stores all Georgia citizens' PII in the cloud, actually enables the bloat of our voter rolls. We need to get out of ERIC and use one locally housed, single, well-maintained database of legitimate voter records. DDS opt-out also bloats bad registrations as well. Georgia's voting system has gotten so complex. It will take time and effort to restore voters' confidence, but we must keep on pushing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Charlene Pope? No? All right, Boyd Parks? Okay, thank you. Hal Floyd? Sergio Ortega? Followed by Jenny Stewart, or Jeremy Stewart, Polk Journal.
Okay. Last meeting, I talked about how there are no third parties in Georgia anymore in light of the paused PSC race. Today, I want to talk about Green Party of Georgia versus Brian Kemp, the case on ballot access that struck down the 1% presidential petition requirement. The court said it best, quote, "The voters of Georgia do not have the political choice available to citizens in other states." Quote, "Georgia election code burdens the exercise of the right to vote by requiring third-party candidates to meet astronomical requirements to even become qualified as a candidate on the ballot." In fact, on page 42 of the decision, where they talk about how they applied strict scrutiny to the petitioning requirement, they say, accordingly, regardless of the level of scrutiny applied, the 1% petition signature requirement is unconstitutional as applied to presidential candidates and cannot stand. But this is still the standard used for statewide candidates like governor, PSC, and lieutenant governor. It's the races that we want to run for. Now, because the Libertarian Party no longer has ballot access, there's now a political party that has standing to sue. Obviously, we don't want to go down that route, especially in light of the committee that's sitting before us today discussing changes to the Georgia election code. to avoid issues like that. So what can be done? The court instituted a 7,500 petitioning requirement instead of 1%. 1% would be around 80,000. And typically, whenever you do petitions, you want to do a little bit over because the Secretary of State's office usually rejects some signatures saying they don't look right or that person's moved or whatever. So you typically want to do like 2%, double that. That's impossible. That's really costly, and to go out into the summer sun and gather that many signatures is a obstacle. So I'm really encouraging this committee to take on ballot access. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya Moore or Rebecca Kaysen? No? Claire Gumby? No. Jeff Conley? Followed by Julie Adams.
Good afternoon. I am Jeff Conley, and I'm glad to be here. I see, as I'm an old retired coach, I see this forum as a bunch of coaches or a group of coaches that are building their team. And it was important for us as coaches to build our craft by going out and talking to others and gaining information and interacting so that we could bring integrity to our system, and then take the integrity of our system and build the integrity of the competition so that we could compete at the highest levels. And so it was important for us to compete at the highest level so that people would come and they would, the community would be there and everyone would want to be a part of that. So I want you to look at yourselves and be judged by the actions and the integrity of you as a coach and what you bring, and not just use words. Let's see the actions so that we can fill the stands.
Thank you. Julie Adams, and then followed up, and I'm going to butcher this last name, Judy Stephanopoulos. Stephanopoulos will be next. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm Julie Adams. I'm on the Fulton County Board of Elections. And the General Assembly 58 years ago created County Board of Elections and the State Elections Board to oversee the elections on a local level and on a state level. Recently, their oversight seems to have been eroded for both of these boards for authority to ensure free, fair, transparent, and accurate elections. As I explained at the last meeting, I had to certify the presidential election last year without the number of votes cast or the number of people that voted. This is required by law and most clearly described in Election Code 183-1-12-.12F. The General Assembly needs to separate the SEB permanently and thoroughly from the Secretary of State and empower them with full funding and the authority to meaningfully oversee Georgia elections. The General Assembly also needs to strengthen and clarify the authority for county elections board members, which are superintendents of our elections in Georgia, to ensure they have the capability and the power to ensure the accuracy of elections. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board, we have a lot of issues that we need to address in our elections, but I have to tell you, at the top of that list are these issues, and I hope that you make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget Tom, followed by Cindy Battles.
I'm Bridget Bourne. I'm a Fulton County Commissioner.
I represent about 200,000 people in my district alone, 54 precincts when it comes election day. I'm also a former poll worker, poll manager, and Dominion Logic and Accuracy poll tech. I worked for 9 years in elections, and my eyes were opened in 2020 when I got behind the scenes and accidentally got hired to be the poll tech when they quarantined all the regular staff in Fulton County. No matter what system we have, if we have paper or we have machines, we have to have secure processes in the tabulation centers. As a poll tech, I had the ability to print any ballot I wanted. I could swap ballots. I saw 40,000 ballots come from State Farm Arena with no chain of custody, and temp workers from all over, Baltimore, everywhere, during COVID, working our elections because of use of temp agencies. We have to codify into law that we cannot use temp workers to handle, tabulate, and process our ballots. Fulton County circumvents the law when it was you had to hire within your county, and they said, well, we use a temp agency, so then they're employees, so then we can use whoever we want. As a poll worker, I never could get hired to work early voting. I wouldn't have got hired to be a logic and accuracy tech, but they called my 21-year-old daughter back and not me. Despite helping Fulton County, despite knowing Richard Barron, despite knowing Dwight Broward, and despite knowing Sharon Whitmore, the CFO, and asking them if they could help me get hired to be a poll tech. We need secure processes in our warehouse. Early voting. Your tabulators come in on Friday, they sit in a warehouse with temp workers all around it till Tuesday until they can be tabulated. This last election I was down there, 8 tabulators were not secured. We have to secure that process. We need double checks. We need at the early voting location forms showing which tabulators are used, how they're secured, and how many votes were on each machine. And that needs to be available to poll watchers and poll workers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Battles?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cindy Battles, and I am the policy director for the People's Agenda. Us, along with SPLC, has been working on a project for the last 19 months where we are collecting county election budgets and looking at the rising cost of elections. We have also got to speak to a number of county election supervisors, and in that process, by the way, thanks to everyone who has talked to us and those who will, in that process have several consistent recommendations. I'll get through as many of them as I can and then send y'all the rest via written comment. One of the big things we're talking a lot about early voting. During the 202 hearings, a number of the election supervisors asked y'all not to change that language because of some of the impacts that we're seeing now. So reverting that language to pre-202 language would help a lot of the municipalities and the counties with some of the problems that they seem to be having with early voting and municipal elections and special elections being so expensive. You've already heard a lot about vote centers. I will also say that counties are having a really hard time finding polling locations. In this political climate, we're seeing a lot of churches that are telling them that they can no longer be polling locations because of insurance premiums. On-demand printers, instead of having a collection of on-demand pre-printed provisional ballots and election or emergency ballots, because they throw a lot of those away. We've been told that those would practically pay for themselves the first election. Working to restore federal funding, I think that as many times as I've gone up to DC, that our congressional delegation would listen to y'all before they listen to me, and then increasing or appropriating funds from the state to the counties. The SOS in the counties are woefully underfunded. We've heard this a number of times, and with 202 putting into statute, the unlimited number of 229 challenges, that takes up a tremendous amount of staff's time. So if we're going to expect them to do that, we need to give them the resources to do it.
Thank you.
I actually did a pretty good job.
Yeah,
I went through all of it. Thank you so much.
All right, Ms. Judy Stephanopoulos, followed by Lena Pez. Sorry.
Thank you for the opportunity to public comment. Actually, some of the people that I listened to said the things that I was going to say anyway, but I'll just very quickly say that what's really important to me is that the voting process be easy so that everybody can do it easily, and that I think the outreach programs helping voters are wonderful. The only other thing I would add to that would be for disabled voters, hospitalized voters, that probably needs to, it's okay right now, but it probably needs to be improved. And thank you very much. I've been a voter for 7 decades, 5 of them in Atlanta, and I've never had any problem. So that's, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Lana? Followed by Rachel Lastinger.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Lana Goitia-Paz. We're going to get it one day, don't worry.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
Don't worry. I'm the Senior Georgia Campaign Manager with All Voting is Local. We are a nonpartisan organization dedicated to expanding voter access across the state. I first just want to thank y'all for convening this second committee hearing today. I know you have jobs outside of this and family commitments, and I just want to acknowledge the time and energy that goes into putting on a meeting like this. At the last hearing in Atlanta, our team emphasized the importance of listening to election administrators, and I'm just really encouraged to see so many of those folks in the room with us today. As I mentioned before, these professionals are on the front lines every day, ensuring that our elections run smoothly and securely. I want to share a few data points that really highlight the pressures that our election administrators are under. Back in 2021, the U.S. Election Assistance Commission reported that more than 70% of jurisdictions nationwide operate with 5 or fewer full-time staff. A year later, the Brennan Center found that nearly 80% of local election offices lack sufficient resources to serve voters. Now, while these surveys aren't Georgia-specific, we hear this same story time and time again from our election administrators here. They're under-resourced, they're overworked, and they're stretched thin, yet they remain very committed to serving our voters. And that's why I want to continue to urge this committee to be centering those voices of our election administrators as you continue throughout this process and even afterwards. Like I said before, these are the folks who are day in, day out working to make sure our elections are running regardless of who's in office. And they understand the real world impact of the proposed changes and the impact those will have on voters. And they're also your subject matter experts. You heard Tom with his process, his great process map, and these are the folks that can walk you through what these changes mean at that really micro level. So in short, I just hope you'll continue to center the voices of election officials in the upcoming meetings and beyond, and I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rachel Lastinger, and behind her will be Garland Favorito.
Hi, my name is Rachel Glover. Sorry, I still signed up as Lastinger because I'm getting used to my own name change. But I serve as the Associate Director of the ACLU of Georgia's Voter Access Project. The ACLU of Georgia works to ensure that voting is easy and accessible for all Georgians, and we really appreciate the formation of the study committee. We urge the committee to operate with transparency, inclusivity, and a steadfast commitment to voters' rights. To that end, we strongly encourage you to hear from a broad, diverse range of voices, especially those with firsthand knowledge of how Georgia's elections function on the ground. Georgia's election administrators work under intense legal and logistical pressure to ensure secure and smooth elections. Their experience is critical, and they should have a central seat at the table. So we really appreciate the presentations today that were really fantastic and educational. But we respectfully ask that they continue to be given time to speak at these meetings. We also urge the committee to seek insight from nonpartisan and bipartisan experts, not just partisan officials or organizations. Balanced, evidence-based perspectives are key to protecting the integrity of our democracy. Above all, we ask that you put voters, not politics, at the heart of every decision. The right to vote is the foundation of our democracy. Without it, there is no true representation, and without representation, there is no democracy. Finally, we urge the committee to weigh both the financial cost of proposed election laws and, more importantly, how they affect voter access. Any law that hinders participation harms our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Garland, and then next after Garland will be Carol Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard some great presentations today, and I want to thank each of you for your superb questions and your attentiveness. I want to provide some historical context on Chairman Anderson's question about what can be done about the QR code by July. I think that's the question of the day. In 2002, Georgia implemented an entire paperless electronic voting system in exactly 6 months flat. Contract was signed on May the 4th of 2020, I believe, give or take a day. So, we're 9 months out from the primary, so if we can implement a newfangled electronic voting system in 6 months from a whole bunch of different assorted systems, we can move back to a simpler, less costly system in the same time. It's not just Senate Bill 189, though, that says the system is illegal. The U.S. District Court said in 2020, just before the election, that it violates 21-22-300 and 21-22 verifiability statutes. So it's already against the law, according to the United States District Court. In addition, the Election Assistance Commission is decertifying our voting system right now by Executive Order 14248 because of its QR code vote accumulation. Expert witness testimony in a court case last year revealed, though, that it was never legitimately certified in the first place. You see, because Dominion Voting System stores its encryption keys in clear plain text, which violates the original 2005 certification standards under which it was allegedly certified when we bought the system in 2019. The vendor has no plans to fix that, even if you spent the $66 million that the Secretary of State office mentioned. And there are many more security issues that I'd like to talk to you about in a presentation at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Williams, followed up by Diana Graham.
When I signed up, I thought I was just signing up that I was here. But after being here all day, I have some questions. Because I've worked as one of the poll workers, and I've worked watching the polls. And one of the things that really bothered me was people being turned away when they came to vote. And especially, it was usually men for some reason, but a lot of them were older gentlemen, and I thought they probably served military service for our country, and they're not allowed to vote. I just have a concern about how we're purging voter rolls. Just because somebody doesn't show up, they're still paying their taxes and doing other community things to support this country and this state. And yet when they do show up, because in the last election, there were several people that came in and said, I haven't voted since 1959. I don't care how long ago it was that they voted last. We need to make sure that every person that's paying their taxes and contributing to this country has a right to vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and I loved your meeting. I got so much education today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. Diana Graham. Angela Robino. Della Davis. Maria Guadio. Next up will be Margaret Rhodes.
Thank you. So we have heard from the radical Mr. Heinous Curly Wurly, who just took you on a gaslighting ride. What does Georgia really need? Hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots at the precincts. Hand-counted, hand-marked paper ballots at the precincts. Paper ballots at the precincts. The State Election Board needs to be independent from the Secretary of State's office. They need independent staffing, funding for investigators and attorneys, independent from the Secretary of State's office. They need offices, and the MVP website should all be under the State Election Board. It's a huge conflict of interest to have the State Election Board under the Secretary of State. The budget is a mere $1.4 million. I understand the Cannabis Board budget is greater than the State Election Board. Where are our priorities? The Fulton County budget is $40 million. This is upside down. We need immediate compliance of EO 248. No delay. Abolish the QR codes immediately. And get the hell out of ERIC. 9 other states have dumped ERIC. Why does Georgia have to be the last one to learn their lessons? Representative Momtahan, please bring your bill back. Election day, not election month. Election day, not election week. Opt-in motor voting with criminal offenders who have illegally voted being criminally prosecuted. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Rhodes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being out here in West Georgia. I'm a voter in Paulding County. I have been a voter protection volunteer for the last 5 years. That means I'm the one who shows up at all the Board of Election meetings. I've been at every hand audit. I have been at every ballot review panelist opportunity that I do. I have so much respect for Deirdre Holden and her entire staff. They do a fantastic job in Paulding County. I'm glad you got to hear from them today. Elections have to be free, fair, and accessible. This week we marked the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. Everybody deserves a chance to vote. Georgia voters have shown that they want early voting. Last November, 71% of the voters in Georgia voted early in person. We need to keep those opportunities. I love the idea of doing Election Day voting at any open precinct. As Deirdre said, Paulding County is full of commuters. I hate thinking that people can't get home from work in time to vote. Everyone should have the opportunity to vote. Counties may vary. I understand budgets. I understand the difference between 10,000 registered voters and millions of registered voters. But my voting rights should not depend on my zip code. So whatever standards you put in place for the state of Georgia need to apply. Figure out the funding. Figure out how to help the smaller rural counties who need to give their people the same access to voting as the major metropolitan counties. Speaking of, the cost per voter, I don't think is a good statistic to look at. Voting is a right. Voting is the foundation of government. Yes, I want my tax money to be used responsibly. Yes, I want funding for parks and recreation and first responders and filling potholes. But it's the foundation. Governments have to provide equal opportunities to vote. And voter education, please, more from the Secretary of State's office. The reason for the poor turnout in the Public Service Commission special election last month was people didn't know there was an election. They need to hear it directly from the SOS and from y'all. Did y'all contact your constituents and remind them to vote? I didn't get it from my representative. Thank you so much for being here. More access to voting.
Thank you. That was our last speaker. So I want to thank everybody for being here today with us. I want to thank all the local election superintendents for coming and for everything y'all do. I want to remind the audience of our next meeting will be Thursday, August 28th at 10 a.m. at North Georgia Technical College in Clarksville, Georgia. Look forward to seeing y'all there. Everybody have a great weekend and safe travels home. We are adjourned.